So hi guys, welcome to a very long overdue show where I help Natasha to become an awesome modeler. So obviously in order to help Natasha, I need Natasha on the show. So here she is.
Hello.
Hello, how you been? What you been up to? What's in your belly? What's on your workbench? They're all
God
the usual
knows, there's a
questions,
lot
aren't they?
of crap on my workbench.
I tell you what, if you want to be comparing crap workbench or crap on the workbench, you got to see mine. I have absolutely no problems getting things out. It's putting them away that I struggle with.
Mine's not that bad, but I still got a messy top over here.
Just how it goes. You kind of need to dedicate a few hours each week to just tidying up.
Yeah, but
so that's why I have to have my camera zoomed in so that you can't see the mess. But that's as tidy as it gets for me right now.
Yeah.
So, but usually tidying up for me just involves going and pushing everything back.
Yeah.
So my apologies for the last stream not happening, guys. It was 100% my fault. I did have a little nap pre-show and I didn't wake up till about 2 in the morning. So I do apologize. However, we've just been discussing our streaming schedule. And it's funny because I'm off on Wednesday. So the obvious choice is to have a stream on Wednesday. But because I got quite a late finish on Tuesday and an early start on Thursday, that one's out of the question. But we managed to find a way of doing, what do we say, 3 streams next week?
Yeah.
Monday. You know what? I've lost all my notes now. I made notes on them and now I've lost them. Monday and Saturday of next week. And then we'll be doing Monday, Wednesday and Friday of the following week. So we should get quite a lot done, I think, in the next couple of weeks. I'm working next week and then the week after I'm on holiday and then I'm back to London. So we have got some chat. I'm glad Lord Peter Webster's here because I've got some things to show you, Tasha.
Right.
I'm going to be sending you some things. And actually, I suppose the simple answer would have been to tell Peter what I'm sending so that he doesn't send them. But I've said it now, so I've got to show you. So Dominic Koku says hello. So let's do my special little preset thingy for Dominic. Dale McCormack says, hey, Dom. If anyone wants to join us, they're more than welcome to. I couldn't get enough characters on the screen in the chat. But basically, you're welcome to come and join us. However, this is a Penny and Natasha teachers learns to do the Airfix kit at a beginner level. So, well, normally we welcome you coming on and showing us your scratch built Eiffel Tower in 1:2 scale and stuff like that. This is obviously a very low level show. So that's my little test to see if it's working. Lord Peter Webb says, hi, Tash. So Dominic's channel can be found there. Just click on the link. Lord Peter Webster says, hi, Dom. And then he says, hi, Dale. And that is the chat caught up with. So I am going to be sending you this. I think it's going to be around about Wednesday. I've got you some little gifts. And actually, it didn't really cost me any money. The first one, I bought myself a new drill the other week because I couldn't find mine. And then it turns out that the one I thought I'd lost turned up, and I actually do prefer this one. This is a Citadel drill, but it's got a new head on it. And the reason it's got a different head on is because it's not, the old one wasn't big enough to hold the drill bits that I've got. So that's now going begging. So that's going to you. The second thing is these drill bits, because you need drill bits to go in a drill.
Yeah.
I think these are really, really good drill bits, but recently, and these pop up at Lidl's every now and again, are these little circuit board ones.
Yeah.
I like these better, actually, because I was using them the other day, and I like them because if you don't want to put them in the drill, you can actually just hold them. They've got that little collar.
Yeah.
I prefer them in the drill. You can work them out of the drill. So there's no point me having two drills, two sets of drill bits, and you've got nothing. So they are coming your way. The second thing is this hasn't really cost me any money. I needed a new knife, a new craft knife, and I like to have two because I have this one, which has got my pointy blade on it.
Yeah.
And I have this one that has a rounded blade. And it was cheaper to buy a pack of 3 than it was to buy 2 packs of 1. So you've got a nice blade coming your way.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. Nice little knife blade. And the reason I can't send it until Sunday is I've got a load of brushes. I'm actually replacing, well, not replacing, but I'm getting loads of new brushes.
Yeah.
So, well, some of these are my these are my current ones that I'm using. Going in as well, because I can't live without them until Wednesday. So once my new brushes arrive, I'm saying Wednesday, that's about average. I buy all my brushes from Rosemary & Co. I would love to be sponsored by them because I think they're absolutely wonderful. And one of the things that really annoys me is I've been singing their praises for donkey's years. They're really good brushes. They're as good as the top makes, but a fraction of the cost. And everyone used to go, no, it's okay. I'll carry on using my expensive brushes. And new companies were bringing out brushes. There's an artist opus brush in there somewhere. No, sorry, not an art opus. A broken toad Kolinsky sable. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's as good as a Rosemary & Co brush. But it was about 4 times the cost. But yeah, now that some of the top people have started using these brushes, they're all gone, yeah, use Rosemary & Co. But one of the advantages now, some of the top miniature painters have been saying, well, I like your brushes, but I want this. So they've started doing brush packs for miniature painters. When I first started using them, they didn't even know what miniature painting was. And I had to describe things to them, like what's a good one for acrylic paint and what's this and that and the other. So anyway, Lord Peter says, Teresa says, hi all. Lord Peter says, hi, Teresa. Mike. Hi, Peter Dominic. Mike would say hi, but he hasn't got back from his parents. Yeah, because Saturday is Parents' Day, isn't it? So, oh, I'm going to go completely off subject. Peter, can I ask you a massive favor? Could you do me a... Where is it? Let me find it first. I have mislaid my Eddie Stobart magazine. I think it's 126. Is there any chance you could take photos of the instructions and send them to me on Facebook? That would do me a really good turn, because what I've done is, let me double check the issue. Yes, 126. I've got the parts. I'm ready to build them. I did so much building the other day, and I did 3 issues of Eddie Stobart, and I just went, I need to take a break from part works. I can't face it at the moment, so I took a couple of days break. I put the magazine down somewhere. It will turn up. It's probably under a pile, which is under a pile, which is under a pile. So I can't build it. Well, I can build it because I got a feeling we build this like the previous issue, but then we do something with it. So yeah, I just need to know what to do. So if you would be able to do that, thank you. I will sort that. First job in the morning, not a problem. That would be excellent. I'm busy tomorrow morning anyway, so I can't build it till the afternoon anyway. Teresa says yes, it's running around 8 different shots for his mum, but she's never satisfied with just one shot. Why be satisfied with one when you could go to 100? So JC Bricks and Bill says hi, Penny, Tasha, and all in chat. Right, guys. So we are here to build. Shall we build, Tasha?
Yep, just taking a minute.
It's all right. Lord Peterworth says hi, James. Teresa says hi, JC. Right, so let's do a recap first. So we are building the North American Mustang 4, which is it's a gift set. But what's the difference between a gift set and a starter set? I think the only difference really is the fact that it's got this hanger on it, whereas starter sets are just boxes to put on the shelf. I don't know, but it's a kind of a, do we say beginner level? It's beginner friendly anyway. So we have obviously got our 2 sprues. We have, let me go through the instructions and I'll show you what we've done by the instructions. So stage 1. Oh, that's right. We did the decal, didn't we? Yeah. That's why we haven't built it. So what we did was we built the cockpit up. Oh, where's that gone? Oh, yeah, that's what we've got to do. Oh, good. You'll be able to try your new glue out today. So we couldn't put the instrument panel in because there's a decal on it. And we needed to allow time for that to dry. Now you will have to poke a hole in there. Oh, God. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. We've then built the cockpit area up. Do you know what? I've set my camera wrong. Bear with me a sec, guys. I'm holding things up and they're not appearing in the camera. So we've built our cockpit up like so. We've added these little details. Oh, we were going to do some dry brushing, weren't we, today? We've built our, how's your propeller, by the way? I seem to remember that I had to shorten the stem on my propeller, and I wonder if I over shortened it.
I'm wondering the same, but it does fit on
Does it fit?
One of the sides. Yeah.
Because what happened with me was I went to dry fit it the next day, and the pressure of putting the fuselage on pulled that pin off the back. So I did re-glue it, and it's now sat there for about 2 or 3 weeks. So, but like doing a dry fit, I can see that mine actually fits pretty well. That's pretty. Oh, that's good. So obviously, if it doesn't work, then we'll have to do a bit of surgery. So we are up to stage 4, which is closing the canopy up. We've got a few things to do. We've got to go back a little bit. And I think by the end of today, we should be able to finish possibly stage 10, which is including the wings and the tailplane. Might even get to do 11, stage 11 onwards. So, and I think next stream we'll be doing the undercarriage and the fiddly bits on the bottom. And I think by the end of next week, in fact, I think we'll have finished this by next week, easy. No, well, we've still got to paint it, but that'll take an episode or 2. So how you feeling, Tasha?
Nervous.
Right. So I've actually lost a little bit of paintwork. This is because we've painted it straight onto the plastic and we've not sealed it. It's going to happen. If we used a primer, it'd stick a little bit better. You don't need a primer, as this is proving. I just think that primers just do a little bit of a help it along. And then obviously if we sealed all of that in with a matte coat or a gloss coat, depending on what we're doing, that would help as well. But at the level that we're at this particular stage, I think that's absolutely sufficient. Would you agree, Natasha?
Yeah.
Right. So we need to pop in our instrument panel. But before we do that, we have a tiny little piece of clear, which is piece number 1D on the sprue. It's a clear piece, and I believe that might be some kind of head-up display type thing. So what we're going to have to do, how are we going to do this, Natasha? Clean up?
Clean up, dry fit it.
So how do we clean up?
Using...
It's not punishable by death if you don't know.
Something you can file it down with. Right.
You're pretty much there. So we cut the piece off the sprue. Any sprue nubs, I'll trim down myself, but little piece of sandpaper just to make that smooth. And then, like you said, we'll do a dry fit. And
what part am I needing?
It's a tiny piece in the top corner there, and it's number 1. There's only a few pieces. The smallest piece on the sprue, and I'm just trying to figure out which way round this goes. There we go.
Okay.
Right. So the good news is you don't need to cut anything out on the instrument panel, because as you push it into the instrument panel, it will actually break a hole in the through the decal. So I'm going to zoom the camera in a little bit, as much as I can. That's too much, isn't it? There we go. So that's how hard it is to see.
Wow, it's tiny.
It's small.
I don't even know which way this can go on.
Right, we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. It's actually a little bit of flash on it. So it's actually bigger than it should be. Well, mine is anyway. Can I get a focus on there? Come on, focus for me. No. Right. So I don't know if you see, it's got a little cresty bit on it. Oh no.
No, don't drop it.
I've just dropped it.
No.
I just dropped it on the table. And my table is bouncy. But on the good side, I've just found my joystick.
I ain't got one, I snapped it. Yeah, it's been in war.
Carpet Monsters had yours, didn't they? I can't believe I've done that. I cannot believe I've just done that. I had a pretty good hold of it as well. Mind you, saying that, I've been dropping bigger bits than that. What's that? What on earth is that? That looks like, oh, that's some support material or something. Sorry, I have this habit of, well, looking for one thing, I find other things.
Always the way.
Okay, well, it looks like my model isn't going to have any little funny bits on the top then. Whatever it's called. No one's corrected me with regards to head-up display, but I don't think it is a head-up display because I don't think they were invented back then, were they? Oh, well, right. So I'm going to have to go through the motion. Oh, I've just found it. It actually bounced that way, but it's landed over there. So I'll try again. So right on the top, it's got, yeah, you can't see it because it's clear, but it's actually got some flash on it.
Yeah, I've got a bit of that on it.
Yeah.
I can't get rid of it.
So I think, I don't know, I can't think of the best way to do it. I mean, I could actually fold mine a little bit, but it's always going to be best to cut it off. You've got some cutters, haven't you?
Yeah.
So maybe just try and cut it off as best you can. To be absolutely honest with you, I know it's not professional, but because this is a clear piece inside the cockpit, if you left it on, I don't think anyone would notice.
No.
And so long as you don't
get I got the best I could off it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, right. So what we're going to do, and I'll show you a little trick. Now, normally, in order to glue this in, you would apply a little bit of glue on the end there, or you'd apply a little bit of glue inside the instrument panel. But I'm going to show you a trick. So if you hold the piece, so that, right, you see where the connection point is on the left-hand side? It sits low, doesn't it? And then the majority of the panel comes upwards.
Yeah.
Right? Push that small hole into, and it might be a tight fit, push that into the instrument panel so that you will end up with something that looks something like this. Now, for me, that is a tight fit.
Got no chance. I'm not strong enough.
No, you don't need to be strong. Right? If it's not going in properly, now you will have to break the decal, but because the decal has been set for long enough, you won't pull it off. So you'll see it goes through the back like that. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to put my joystick on. In solidarity with you. I'm ever so sorry, guys. You're going to hear some crinkling.
Dropped it.
You've dropped it. Do you want me to send you
but
mine?
not on the floor.
Oh, that's good. It might be worth you working over a cardboard box, and then that way anything you drop, it means you got to work higher up, but if you drop anything, it'll then drop into the box. So I'm just having a little biscuit with my coffee. I've been tinkering around and doing stuff all day, and I've done that forgotten to eat thing.
Yeah.
And we got to about 6:30, and I realized I hadn't eaten, and I was very hungry. So thankfully, when I came home last week, I'd made up a load of spag bowls, put them in the freezer. So I've just had a decent meal within about 10 minutes. And I do love spag bowl.
Right, I've got that in the best as I can.
You got it in. Lovely. Right. So
is another matter.
As I said, normally you would be applying glue to the piece that you're going to place in, or you'll place glue on the target. What I want you to do is get your Tamiya extra thin, which you have recently obtained.
Yeah.
Okay. I want you to turn the instrument panel over. Right. Now, watch what I'm doing. Tamiya extra thin, and just knock the end off, like just one little swoop. A lot of people complain. So shall we just explain what this is?
Yeah.
So obviously with I can't find any. Have you got your tuber glue?
Yes.
Not a music instrument glue, but a tube of glue. So that is the glue that comes with the kit. Now, I maintain, someone on this channel has put into comments, it's crap. I maintain that it's not crap. It is a good enough glue, but there are better glues out there. And in my opinion, that better glue, amongst others, is Tamiya Extra Thin. I think this is, when you ask a modeler what their favorite whatever is, most items you'll get a debate. What's your favorite paint? We could be there all day. I think you'll probably find that 95% of modelers will say Tamiya Extra Thin. So how do we use it? Slightly different from poly cement. Now, with your instrument turned over, instrument panel turned over, is yours turned over like this? So you're working on the back, not the front.
Yeah, got it turned
Okay.
over on
Now,
the
your
thingy-majig.
Tamiya Extra Thin. Now, one of the complaints I hear a lot about people using Tamiya Thin is that it floods. They dip that in and then they touch and there's loads of glue come out. That's so easily fixed. You just knock the end off on the side of the jar. Do you want me to do that again?
Yeah.
So as you take it out, let me come in a little bit at an angle. So you've got your applicator in. As you take it out, you just knock the end off like that. And what we're going to do is the tiniest tap. You see where the new part has come out through the back?
Yeah.
Just going to give a little tiny tap there. And that's it. Can you see how much less glue there is on there?
Yeah.
There's still a lot of glue on there because I didn't tap it off enough. Now, that's all you need to glue that part in. Now, would you agree that was easier or harder than poly cement?
Easier.
Yeah. Now, there will be times when Tamiya Extra Thin is not the best glue. But I think you'll find 99% of the time it will be the best glue. Right, so we've got our instrument panel. And you'll see on the bottom there's a little tab, which you may or may not have painted.
No.
I don't know if I told you not to paint it, but
I didn't paint it anyway.
That's fine. So what we're going to do, you see the hole in the cockpit floor?
Oh, is that where the seat is?
Just in front of the seat, you'll see a little tiny hole where the joystick goes.
Yeah.
Your joystick's gone. The hole that you actually want is a bit further down. Let me get my knife. So there's the seat. There's the hole.
Yeah.
Yep. So we are going to place that inside the hole, like so, facing, so we end up with that. Now mine is a little bit loose. So if you hold it something like this, so that you've got 3 points of contact, and we'll do exactly the same again. We'll turn it upside down. Right, knock a little bit off, and we'll just apply a tiny bit of glue on the bottom there. And that's all you need. Now you will need to hold that down a bit longer just to allow it to dry. But that glue will run in, because it's a watery consistency, it will run up through the gap. If you want to, and you don't have to, you see the two posts that are sitting on the floor there?
Yeah.
You can just touch them with your glue, just to glue in an extra point of contact. And then we'll just push that down and hold it for, I don't know, 10 seconds. And that's the beauty of Tamiya Extra Thin. Now, do not throw away your poly cement, because A, it's still glue, but B, there will be times when you'll probably find that's a better glue for that particular job. But you'll find 99% of your jobs, some kind of liquid glue with a brush applicator will be better. Now that you have used both, think about those two applications we've just used the glue, and think about how you would have managed using poly cement.
I find this easier with some things, and now I'm going to find the other thing easier for other things.
Right. So do you A, think poly cement is better than Tamiya Extra Thin? Do you B, think poly cement is crap? Or do you think C, Tamiya Extra Thin is a better glue, but I can see when poly cement is better?
Yeah, C.
Yeah. So this is kind of my point, and I can't remember who said the comment, and it was a valid comment. That was their opinion. They're entitled to their opinion. Yeah. But I do think that I don't think this actually puts poly cement out. I think it just makes poly cement look a little bit naff. Right. So Lord Peter said, or sit in a big box. David Barber said, or in the bath. That used to be our joke with mangoes. If you get yourself a really nice juicy mango, you really need to eat it in the bath because it's just juices go everywhere.
Yep.
Tasha's idea of sitting in a big box is one of ours full of beads so that she can swim in them. Do you know what? I'm actually thinking about getting a ball pit for the cats.
Yeah.
I can just chuck them in and they can just play with balls all day.
Yeah, but the problem is, if I was there, I'd end up in it with them.
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah. East Coast UK. I found since I started using the lock and tweezers, they flick stuff out. Normal tweezers never had issues. Last time, 5 times it flicked the escort bumper indicators out. Lucky never lost it. Well, I can show you a little trick for that. I have a few sets of locking tweezers. If you get yourself some of this, this is heat shrink tubing. Use it for electrics. What you do, measure yourself out a piece. Well, 2 pieces, because there's 2 pieces to tweezers. Push that on the end of your tweezers. I don't even know if this is going to be the right size. Do one at a time, actually. And then get yourself a lighter or a hairdryer or something hot. Just run that over, and the heat causes it to shrink. Yep.
Oh,
when
cool.
That's cooled down, you do the other one. And they're going to stick together. But be careful when they're warm. A, they're hot, and B, they're a little bit sticky. But look, so now I've got grippy tweezers. If you have trouble with things locking out. What do you think to that, Tasha?
Yeah, Peter kindly sent me some as a gift, and I love my ones.
Yeah, he sent you the anti-static ones, which are really, really good for electrics.
And I even keep one of these for diamond painting now.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. For some strange reason, I'm using them. I mean, these didn't come from Peter Webster, but I'm using them. But for some reason, I can't get the hang of them. But these are absolutely fine. Yeah. But yeah, so heat shrink tubing. Trouble is with heat shrink tubing is it comes in about 1 million different sizes. But what you ideally want, the one that I've just shown you is 3.2 mil, and it shrinks down to 1.6. It's what they call 2 to 1. So 2 to 1 means that it shrinks down to half of its size. It's a little bit like the scales. So if you got 3 to 1, that would shrink down to about 1 mil. But yeah, if you're having trouble with grip, just put something with a little bit more friction on it. Metal has a habit of sliding. So yeah, there you go. Or if you haven't got any heat shrink tubing, it's a little bit crude. put a little bit of masking tape on the inside. That adds a little bit of grip. So there you go. You heard it here. I can't do a championship winning model, but I know lots of little tricks. Right. Streamlabs. Oh, please refrain. Ignore Streamlabs. If Streamlabs tells you off, just stick your middle finger up to it. I'm actually looking at using more functionality because StreamYards and Melon kind of goes together, and there's like auto moderator things. So I've turned it on. I just want to see what it's like. If anybody, yeah. So yeah, just it's done it again later on. Basically, ignore anything about long messages. If the message is too, what I call too long, is exceeding the YouTube's character limit. If you exceed YouTube, to be honest with you, on my stream, I wish there wasn't a character limit, because if you need to ask me a long question, you don't necessarily want to break that down. But I can understand why YouTube has a rule in. But yeah, so yeah, if Streamlabs tells you off, if Streamlabs should remove your comment, Core, I tell you what, Streamlabs is picking on East Coast, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like 200 their limit. Where is it? Like this is
Yeah.
what East Coast writes.
Yeah.
And this is Streamlabs reply. Oh, spamming symbols. Yeah,
What
like
symbols?
I say, right, I might have to turn that off, because if it's going to keep telling East Coast off, it might actually get to a point where it says, well, I've told him off that many times, I think it's time to ban him. So I will get that sorted out. So, oh God.
Don't know God, what you done?
No, I've gone into Streamlabs and I'm asked, it's asking me to log in.
Oh,
I can
God.
log in with oh yeah, I'll log in with YouTube, because it's not giving me the option to log in with an email address, you know, the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to sort this out now. I like the idea of having some kind of spam bot, but I don't like the idea of it banning legitimate users. Unfortunately, here we chat box, stream boss. No, that's not it, is it? Oh, I don't know how to turn it off now. Right, it gotta be a way. Oh, is it up here? No. Apps, widgets. Oh, I don't know. Listen, if it's obviously picking on you today, isn't it? And if you do end up getting kicked,
Blame Penny.
Yeah. A little history says thumbs up. Yeah, let's listen. If chat dashboard. Oh, Cloudbot, is that the one? Cloudbots, right. So I've turned off symbol protection, restrict viewers from spamming messages with too many symbols. Word protection, restrict word paragraph. Right, prevents viewers from sending overly. Let's have a restriction on that then, shall we? Rather than right. Oh, that's lucky, because if you, yeah, I see what it's doing. Right, so I've set the maximum length to 300. I think that's long enough, isn't it? Because if you do it too much, it's actually set to give you a timeout for 600 seconds.
Wow.
Which I think is quite a long time.
Yeah.
For anything. Do you know, I think most of this is actually irrelevant to YouTube. I mean, like, there's link protection, but you can't send a link if you're not a moderator. Anyway, this isn't getting the build done. So we have put in our little display thing. How's yours look, Natasha?
You can't really see.
Now, if you give your dashboard a gentle tug, don't like rip it out. Is yours in firmly?
Yeah, I'm not tugging it no more
That's
than
not
that.
bad for a tiny weeny drop of glue, is it?
No.
Can't complain at that, can you? Right,
No.
so that's done. Now, kitchen roll.
Oh God, I forgot to get some of that.
Oh, God.
1
Was
minute.
it someone who saw me yesterday and they said, something they said Jesus, and they went, "Oh, I'm sorry, didn't mean to call you Jesus." I said, "It's okay, I usually get called God." I say, people get on my bus, they take one look at me and they go, "Oh, God." And I go, "No, it's okay, my name's Penny. You don't need to call me that." So, oh, I've got some news for you guys. You'll like this. I don't know if Tasha can still hear me. Probably not, so I might have to explain the story again. Some of you may or may not know I got assaulted in July while I was on my bus. Some kid that I wouldn't let on my bus for free reached in through my cab window and punched me. Police got called, they looked on CCTV, they recognised him instantly, etc., etc. Insert British justice system here. He's been to court. I got a letter today. I've been awarded £100 compensation, which is all right. That's a model kit, isn't it? Or a few little bits and bobs. Only one drawback. I will be paid it at the rate that he pays the compensation. So if he says to the court, "Okay, I accept the punishment, I accept the £100 fine, but I can only afford £1 a month," that's all I'm getting. £1 a month until I get £100. Yeah, East Coast just beat me to it. Look, £1 a month. That's all I could be getting. So, although to be honest with you, if he could pay £20 a month, that's what I owe Department of Work and Pensions. I had a big, long running argument with, this is actually really funny. I had a big running argument with them over overpayment of benefits many, many years ago. And I claim I wasn't overpaid. What had happened was I was on one benefit and I switched to a different benefit. And there was an overlap. And what they did is for about 5 months, one come back said, "Oh no, you're on that benefit, you're not entitled to that, so we're going to take all of the money paid back." And then the other one said, "Because you're on that benefit, we're going to take all the money back." So I ended up not getting paid out by either. So I've argued that I should have been on one or the other. I really don't care which one I was on, but I was entitled to one. And this argument just raged on for years. And obviously they were threatening to arrest me and this, that, and the other. And I just went, "Do you know what? Sod it. I've just done 2 years self-employed as a limited company. I'm just not going to argue over £5,000. So I just wrote to them and I said, "I accept this, but I don't have the money to pay you back. May I make an offer of £20 a month?" And they said, "Yeah, fine." So I'm paying them £20. I'm paying £5,000 back at the rate of £20 a month. I think I will most likely be dead by the time I finish paying that off. So who's won, them or me? I don't know. There's a debate there, isn't there? So yeah, Lord Peter says the problem is the court can't refuse any amount offered to pay the fine. Yeah, this is the thing. I actually regret offering Department of Work and Pensions £20 a month, because they probably would have taken a £5 a month.
Yeah, probably.
So given the amount
or
of
even
money,
£2. It's
yeah,
still.
and given the amount of money I'm earning at the moment, I mean, I could pay the £5,000 back in a year, but £20 a month will do me. I don't really miss it, and now it comes out of my wages, out of my bank at first of every month. Anyway, guys, bear with me a sec. I'm getting a little bit hot here, so I'm going to take my, to quote Little History, I'm just going to take my cricket jumper off. I just realised I got the wrong T-shirt on. I got 2 T-shirts come through this month. I like my funny T-shirts. And this is the one I've got on today.
Yeah.
Don't know if you can see it well. I like things that merge 2 different things. In fact, I will show you the other one. Bear with me. Hello, Tiddles. How are you, my lovely?
Hi, Jeff.
I think you'll love this as much as me.
Yeah.
So, right, put that on the chair, never to be seen again. You know what I'm like when I put things away. So yeah, system's a joke. Well, to be fair, it works both ways. You know, if you have got yourself caught up in the court system and you're on a low income, you know, how would you feel if, like, you got fined, I don't know, £1,000 or something, and they say to you, we want the whole lot, and you know,
Yeah.
maybe you're on benefits or something, where are you going to come up with the money? So this
Exactly.
system of offering, you're paying your fine off, aren't you? But you're just doing it over many weeks, and that's going to help you live, because at the end of the day, food is more important. And let's be fair to this kid. You know, he did something. He was a bit of an arsehole, but he still needs to live. And we don't know his. I mean, he might be earning millions a day in drug money, and you'll just go, yeah, it's £100 worth it. So you know, but yeah, it's just how it is, isn't it? So Crafting Budgie Mama has said hi, Jeff.
Yep.
I think I might have missed something, but if I have, I apologize. The problem is the court can't refuse any amount offered to pay the fine. They can't refuse the Queen's, aka King. Are you like me, Peter? Are you refusing to accept Charles as king? I'm sorry, controversial subject. I can't wait for William to come in.
I'm the exact same, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought the Queen was a good queen, and I think William has the potential to be a brilliant king. Charles, I just can't. Basically, the only reason he is king now is his great uncle wasn't allowed to marry a woman who was divorced.
Yep.
And what's King Charles done? He's married a divorced woman, and he's
Woman.
king. I'm sorry, I can't agree with that. Anyway, this isn't what this is about. Cost more in corrupt duty solicitors on paper. Cool shirt. The dude that assaulted you will get his comeuppance. Listen, I probably will never see him again. I'm not even at the same depot that I was at when I got assaulted. Things happen. I'll be honest with you. One thing I learned just before he punched me, he said, was it worth it? Meaning all of that over 175 fair, he hasn't lost any time. The answer is no, it's not worth it. And do you know what? Ever since that day, I've not refused one person on my bus if they haven't got enough money. In fact, last night, I had someone get on my bus. I've only got 50 pence. Can you help me out? I said, yeah, give us your money. On you get. I mean, that circumstance, it was a young girl at 10 o'clock. And I don't want to be reading the papers about some girl who's been assaulted late at night on a cold day because some arsehole drivers refused her because she hasn't got enough money. My job is getting people from A to B. My job is not about revenue. TfL employ people and pay them more money than me to go out and catch people who are fare dodging. It's not my job to stop people, to get people paying. So, yeah, he might get his comeuppance. He might not. I'm getting on with life.
Karma always finds its way.
Yeah, sometimes quicker than others,
Yeah.
sometimes slower, but you know, it is what it is. I've got you lot and my cats. I'm getting on with things, and do I need anything else?
Can't ignore my birdies.
And your birdies. He would have got a bus band. Oh, hang on, I've missed loads of chat. So a-holes always get paid back. Yeah, they do, one way or another. Sorry if this is not allowed, Penny. Just noticed that Jess, aka Scale Model Snail, just posted that Terry Senior has unfortunately passed away. Oh, bless. Rest in peace, Terry Senior. Yes, so rest in peace. I know it might seem a bit silly. We are going to start the next stream with a minute silence.
Yes.
For him.
It
Lord
was.
Peter says, I don't believe he should have become king, and his knockoff doesn't deserve to wear the crown. Me and Peter, we agree on so many things, don't we? East Coast says he would have got a bus band too. Good on you for going that way. He passed away at 11 a.m. US time. Yeah, I mean, we knew it was coming, but it doesn't make it any easier, does it?
No, it's very upsetting, and I
Yeah.
watched him quite a lot, and you know, behind the scenes, and then seeing all that.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, it's like when I lost my mum, she was ill for a long time, and if she had recovered, it would have been an absolute miracle.
Yeah.
But when it happened, it didn't make it any easier.
No.
So, but yeah, so yeah, we will start the stream in the next stream with a minute silence. So I hope everybody catches the beginning. And obviously, if there's anything anyone can suggest that I can do, I just pray he goes to the right place, and he goes to heaven's best hobby room going, the VIP hobby room in the sky.
Yeah.
So
He's probably with my two budgies messing around.
There he is. He's probably met your budgie now, and he's learning all about you from them. And he's sitting there going, "Did she really? No, honestly, no, I can't believe that." Right. So where are we up to then?
You told me to get kitchen roll.
I told you to get kitchen roll. I did. Right. So if you remember in the last episode, we painted this grill silver, didn't we?
Grill? What grill?
Right. So on the cockpit at the back,
yes,
is that black box.
Yes,
now, did you paint your silver?
Yeah, silvery.
Right, because we had the silver from another kit, didn't we?
I think so, yeah.
I am going to show you a cool technique called dry brushing.
Oh, God.
No, honestly, it's ever so easy.
Peter,
it would be a lot easier if I could find my kitchen roll, which I can't. I tell you to get kitchen roll, and I can't find my own. Ah, there we go. See, I put it in sensible places. Right, so you are going to need a piece of kitchen roll. Yeah. You are going to need one brush that you do not care about.
Oh, well.
Now, I'll tell you the best dry brush that I have ever come across. And that's these makeup brushes.
I ain't got one of them yet.
No, but you can get these from Poundland, B&M, The Range. These are absolutely amazing, and they're just a few quid.
Okay. I'll go
a lot of the companies have cottoned on to dry brushes, and they do these super quality dry brushes, and they charge you 10 or 15 quid. You can pay more for a dry brush than you can for a Kolinsky Sable paintbrush. These are absolutely... See, I watch crap YouTube videos, and I watched one day, oh, this is what I use for a dry brush, and I went, nah, get out of town. And I saw a makeup brush for about £1. No, I had one. I think I had one.
You had one?
Yeah, I had one. Obviously, I had one. I have makeup brushes that I don't use for makeup.
I'm out tomorrow, so I can have a nosy around.
Don't get anything expensive. Go in Poundland or something. I
Yep,
think, don't laugh, I think they're about £1.50 from Poundland.
that's
Okay.
alright. You've got Poundland
So
in town.
what we're going to do, this is actually kind of opposite dry brushing. Normally
Yes.
what you use dry brushing for is you're adding lighter details. Let me get this. So not really got anything to demonstrate on because it's all dark and not heavily detailed. This is supposed to be my mule. Right, okay, I can demonstrate. So if you get yourself a light color, don't do this, but I'm going to go for yellow because yellow will show. And then get yourself a scrap piece of plastic or something. And you're just going to put a tiny dab of glue there. You're not going to thin it because we actually want to remove the water. Right, and what we're going to do is we're going to get our dry brush. We're going to put a little bit on the end. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to remove as much of it as we can from the kitchen roll until there's hardly any paint left.
Right.
Okay, now the best way I know to test if you've got enough paint, different people will tell you a different method. Dry brush the side of your hand, right? And there's just a little tiny tinge of yellow on there. It means I've got it right. Okay, and then when you get your edge, you're just going to brush backwards and forwards like this. And what's going to happen is the paint is going to catch on all the raised surfaces. So can you see that little yellow line?
Yeah.
It's quite subtle. Now, if you look on this side, it's all black. If you look on that side, it's just brought that detail out. However, we are going to be doing it the opposite. This is an air grill. What I want is I want it black with silver on the recess details. Right. So we're going to be doing, rather than doing a light color over black, over a dark color, we're actually going to be doing black over the silver, and we're going to just try and catch that recess details. So let me just clean my brush out because it's got yellow paint on it now. So the only trouble with doing this is it makes the brush very difficult to clean because you're ramming dry paint in this. So don't use your best brushes for it.
Okay.
As you collect brushes, this is why starter kits are good, because you've got a size 2 brush, haven't you, with your first kit, and then you buy a second kit, you've got another size 2 brush. Well, actually now what you've got is you've got a size 2 painting brush and a size 2 dry brush. Now, East Coast has suggested you cut the bristles down on that one, Tash. I'm actually going to say not just yet.
Oh, well, I've done it now. Too late.
Oh, if you've cut it down, then you've cut it down.
Yeah.
But I'm a big fan of try different things.
Okay.
You know.
So what do I need again?
Right. So you're going to need a piece of kitchen roll.
Yes.
You need an absolutely dry brush.
Yeah.
It needs to be absolutely dry. If there's any moisture in, it's going to wet the paint and it's going to become a bit sludgy. Now, there is a train of thought that says you don't do your paint, you don't do that on the kitchen roll. Oh, we've got MP. Hello, MP. How are you, my good friend?
Hello, good evening, Brett. I'm Natasha.
Good evening, MP.
So, yeah, there is a new theory that I've not fully tested that says you don't remove the paint via a kitchen roll. What you actually do is you get yourself a paint mule. So this is my paint mule. If ever I want to paint anything, I'll paint it onto this. So it's experimenting. And what you do is you get some nice detail bits. You dip your brush and then you paint on your paint mule until the paint has run out. It stops that chalky look. But I'm not too worried about that for now. I haven't tested it yet. So get your black paint.
Yeah.
Okay. Dip a little bit on the end. Not too much, just the end of the bristles. This is actually getting a bit worn out. Okay, just a little bit like that. And then what you're going to do is you're going to remove as much of that paint as you can on the kitchen roll. Okay, and when you're getting down to about that, you know you're about there. Okay, because that kitchen roll is going to suck all the moisture out. And then just give a little brush on the back of the hand. If you're getting a light amount of paint, you know you're there. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to run our brush over that. And you'll see the black will transfer onto, actually you might want to do that as what I'd call a semi-dry brush. But you'll see the black transfer onto the grill. If you feel that there isn't a lot of paint coming off onto the grill, do it again, but don't quite remove quite as much paint. But don't go in with a fully wet brush. And then we're just going to run that, probably run it downwards, Natasha, because
Okay.
a lot of the detail is running across. And you're going to get a really nice effect. Can you see that starting to get black? It looks like it's silver underneath.
Yeah.
Okay. As I say, if you're not getting a lot of transfer, don't wipe the brush quite so much. This isn't real proper dry brushing. This is just painting the top layers. But you might actually want to go downwards and then go across. But what you don't want is to get your bristles right in, because you're going to cover that silver. But can you see how, can you see how that lovely shiny silver is disappearing?
Can't really see mine.
Now have a look on
There it
mine.
is.
Can you see that the top bit is black?
Yeah.
And we're just going to keep going over that until we get the result we're after. If it's still a little bit shiny, we'll do a bit more. And as I say, if you're not getting the amount of paint transfer that you want, then don't wipe quite so much paint off. But you can see how it's going to damage the brush, can't you?
Yeah.
So don't go out and spend 20 quid on a brush and then use it for dry brushing. But that's the one thing I just don't get. People used to say, when you're dry brushing, get your old battered out brushes that are no good anymore. And now these same people are telling you, go to this company and buy their dry brushes. It's the best dry brush. It's £15 a brush. And I'm like, yeah, 3-4 years ago, you were telling us not to use £10 brushes for dry brushing.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm actually okay with mine. I could go further. But can you see how I've all that top layer is black?
I haven't
But actually
quite
now
got
look.
all of it.
No, so just keep going. Take your time with it. It's better to build it up really slowly than to try and get it done. But can you see how mine, it now looks like there's a silver panel sitting behind the outer panel,
Yeah.
even though it's all flat. Well, practically flat. You could get another result by popping in a wash, and that will run into the recesses, and that will make it pop a little bit more. But obviously we're trying to tailor this at a beginner level. You don't need all of this fancy equipment to get really good results, but it certainly does help, as you've now found out with the glue. You know, that glue you've got there, what's that, about 5 or 6 quid for a bottle? It's going to last you ages, Tasha, as well.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, it might work out cheaper in the long run than having poly cement, because the amount of tubes that you will buy in the length that you own this, it might actually work out cheaper. So yeah, just make sure you don't jab the brush in. You're just trying to get that top surface, and I think I've just overdone mine.
I think that's what I've just done. Trying to get at that top bit.
Yeah, look. So look, I can't get right in flat, so I'm just putting my brush in at an angle, and I'm just going backwards and forwards like that. And there you go. So I don't know if you remember how shiny my silver was to start with, but it's certainly not shiny anymore. But you can definitely see. That's it. There's nothing wrong with that. So
Can't
now,
get right at that top though.
that's fine. You're
Right.
probably not going to see it anyway. By the time this goes in there, you know, you're probably not going to see it anyway. But just go to the level that you're happy with. If you want to spend the next hour doing it, I will let you, because we can just keep going until you're happy. But are you seeing the theme in this hobby? You take things gently, slowly. Yeah, don't rush. If you need to rush your models, I think you're in the wrong hobby. Would you agree with that, MP?
Yes, man. We just do any model have the exact time to work in a model.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, I like to put a cost per hour on my models. You know, if you gave me a £5 model and I had it done in an hour, that's not really fun, is it? It's cost me what, 50, 60 quid a week. That's really nice, MP.
This is a technique with inverted dry brush with a technique black and white.
Yeah.
I primed the model with the.
Oh, you're doing a zenithal highlight.
I put the primer black.
Yeah.
Then I put gloss finish.
Yeah.
Dry with air dry. I put some heat. Then with a dry brush with flat white, I push up the details, and you can see the details of this.
Nice.
Only with black and white you can do this.
Yes.
Very simple technique,
and it really helps with the contrast on the colors, doesn't it?
Yes, and
that's actually how I did my little pilot figure.
In the wheels.
I did my pilot figure. Now I don't know if you can see the legs. You see how you got that detail on the top? It's a little bit lighter.
Yes.
And that's because I did.
I did a black here if I take in the canvas.
Yeah, that's really
part
nice.
of the canvas.
Yeah.
This part.
So if you have a look at that, Natasha, you can see the result from dry brushing. That's doing what you're doing now, except that a normal dry brush, you put a light color over a dark color just to pick up that detail. But can you see how much detail there is on that model, Tasha?
Yeah.
In the engine, every detail is the suspension, everything.
Yeah. Now, if you don't do a highlight, Tasha, that model will just be all one. It will just seem lifeless because you won't be able to see the detail on it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is very small. This is 172 scale. You can see my hand. This is an MV, a two-man cab.
Yeah. Bear with me. I'm just going to catch up on the chat. So cut the bristles down on that one, Tash. So, right, if you do cut the bristles down, it might be easier. It might be easier for you because good dry brushes tend to be shorter bristled. But I want you to use just a normal brush just to sort of get the technique. But what I will say, Tasha, congratulations. You are now mastering an advanced technique. Did you ever believe you'd be doing that on your second or third model?
No.
So there you go. You have now mastered a advanced technique.
Yes, it's an advanced technique.
Yeah. So you go, she hasn't got all of the beginner techniques yet, but she's getting advanced techniques under her belt.
Yes.
So
And
congratulations.
with that technique, you can use in every models, planes, ships, figures, everything. Dry brushing, it's a fantastic technique.
Yeah.
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 Very simple, but the final result, it look awesome. It
Yeah.
push up the
And
details
it's
of
not
the model.
that much effort to give for the
Yes,
for
yes,
the
it's very
output that
simple.
you get. You do very little input for a lot of output. That's the words I'm looking for.
Yes.
Right. East Coast says, I've used that method on real cars for years, doing the seam sealer like factory. East Coast says, how's the house going, Lord? Lord Peter says, just waiting for the correct bay window design to be replaced, hoping early next week can get back to normal as we can get, as back to normal as we can get. East Coast says, bet it's been cold. They was doing them a month ago. Hopefully you sorted before snow here. We ordered starburst diamonds on each bay top light, 5 in each bay, and they brought us leaded diamond pads, and which we hate. And I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about there, Peter. That's how much my knowledge of windows and things is. Did they fit them temp for now or board it up? We're fully sealed now and tiled canopies all fit, new radiators fit, waiting for the flooring to be replaced in both rooms now. That's good. At least they not left you in the cold. We had an 8x4 sheet OSB. I forget what OSB is, but isn't that the stuff that glazers use to like board up windows? But that's been up for 2 weeks, been -3. Oh my God. Yeah, I can remember you saying when I was last on, before I went away to Cambridge, only got back Tuesday. At least they'll all be done by summer. WTG Tash. Well, you have to
go.
Oh, way to go. Yeah, I'm not up with the kids' language, I'm afraid. All this lolling and rolfing and stuff that they do. You weathered the tank partly. That looked good. Yes, that was a good point. We weathered the tank, didn't we?
Yeah, I didn't do all the weathering on it.
No, but you did it part way, didn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, in hindsight, well, not in hindsight, but, you know, should I be teaching you advanced techniques on your first build?
No.
It was a bit of a gamble, but you actually did advanced techniques on, well, our first build together.
Yeah.
So I think if you've got long enough and flexible enough arms, you should be giving yourself a pat on the back. Jeff says, another model making skill under your belt, Tasha. And that is the chat caught up with. So, yeah, again, what we've now done is we've used something that's not designed for model making, and we've used it for model making. But yeah, get yourself a makeup brush, have a little play. Maybe we can find you a kit to make up as a mule, and you can just have a little go and then see what you think. Right, so I don't know whether to paint this propeller before we glue it or before we put the canopy together or after. What do you think, MP?
The canopy.
No, the propeller. So the propeller is going to go propeller, in.
It depends the system. It's from the propeller. If the propeller it have a little pin, you can do in for the last part of the model. You just put in the final.
Right.
But
so
if it works with the fuselage, you must glue.
It goes into the canopy like that, into the fuselage
it's
like
going
that.
to close with the fuselage, correct?
Yes, but should we paint the propeller first before we put it in?
In my opinion, I do painting the propeller in the final.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
It's
right.
better because you are painting the fuselage, and with painting we can damage the propeller.
Right, so we are going to put the cockpit in next, and we're going to glue up the fuselage. what's the first thing we do, Tasha?
Dry fit.
Well done. See, I knew I'd drill that into you. So
Yes.
just say it enough times and it happens then, doesn't it? Right, so you'll see little guidelines inside the fuselage. A little bit
Yeah.
hard to see with the green, but just have a little fiddle around, because it kind of goes over the guidelines at the front and under at the back.
What the hell?
And that's so that you can't see them from the exit holes. And then we'll pop our fuselage halves on, and that doesn't want to close up. I noticed that last time. I know I've not put the propeller in, and there is a reason for that. It's just too much for me to worry about.
Oh,
Right.
you got the other side off as well.
Say that again.
You got the other side off as well.
Yeah. So
Really?
you've got two bits of fuselage,
Yeah,
haven't you?
mine's still stuck on the sprue.
Oh, you need to cut that. Oh, it's because you painted yours on the sprue, didn't you? See, I'm impatient. I have to cut everything off. Right.
No, I haven't painted that one.
Did you not paint inside the fuselage?
Not on this one,
Well, you
no.
better get painting then.
Yes.
You need colour number 30, which is a green. And yeah, just get your paint slapped in there. And then that'll give me time.
I didn't know you did that part.
I'm pretty sure we said it. But, you know, if we haven't, we haven't. It's not the end of the world.
No.
No.
Just do it now.
Yes.
Right. I think what's happening with mine is it's popping out of the guidelines. As I do one bit, it pops out the front. So I think there's a worthwhile gamble there to glue it in and then put the other half together.
The fit, it's okay, Penis, or have a seam line?
I don't know, because it's not fitting in the guidelines properly. It's not fitting properly.
You are doing the dry fit?
See, I can fit the front.
Yes.
Oh, I can see what's happened. Yeah.
Sometimes we just need to sand a little bit more or cut if it's a little bit of the plastic inside, because sometimes the mold have an excess of plastic.
Or in this case,
we must correct the plastic
it's not
inside.
in the line. Yeah. Yeah, basically what MP has said there is we must make sure it fits on the dry fit.
Yes, always dry fit first.
Right, there we go. The front is in.
Yes.
And then it's getting the back in. Now, if I fitted the back, the back will go together, but then the front won't fit on.
Yes, that for I can see, it seems you have a little more plastic in the part of the seat.
It's actually
it creates pressure.
It is in. No, it's because I've not glued the cockpit in. It's actually slipping. Once I get it in,
it's moving the part.
Yeah. Now, Tasha, have you got masking tape? I got a feeling you haven't, but you have got pegs, haven't you?
Yes, I'll have to go again in the kitchen for them.
Right, that's okay. Don't worry about it yet, because you still got that cockpit to paint.
Yeah.
Right. There is no two ways about this, Tasha. If your kit is anything like mine, you're going to struggle with this.
Oh,
but
lovely.
You will get it in. It will go. Well, you've got the benefit that while you're painting your fuselage, I'm figuring out how and where to put the pegs.
That's all right then. I was probably behind on the last one doing this.
Don't worry about it. First off, it doesn't matter. It's not about the race, it's about the journey.
Yeah.
Yes. most important, it's having fun on the bench.
Yes. Yes. And it's a laugh a minute when we're involved. You know, I think this is actually a 5-peg job.
Oh God.
It's such a tight fit that wherever you don't peg it, it's going to pop open as well. It depends how much filling you want to do.
What do you mean by that?
Well,
You can see the effect, Venice.
can you
This is
see
a
that?
technique I use. This is dry brushing with the
Yeah.
original paint, but spot by spot. I'm
Yeah.
painting the model with the technique with dry brushing, not painting normal. I'm putting effects with the spot by spot and creating.
So that texture you've got on the doors,
Yes.
is that part of the kit or did you add that?
Now I do that, not plastic. With a brush.
So all of that little, because it almost, the best way I can describe it is it almost looks like you've got a gluey fingerprint on the door.
Yes.
Wow. That is really good. I like that.
I put with a little bit of glue in the finger and
Yeah.
push
Oh,
with
you
the
did
finger
actually do it on purpose.
to create some effect
Yeah.
of damage.
Yeah, that
But
is really, really good.
very careful because our finger is very with the reacts with the glue. That's why I'm using glove because
Yeah,
of the pH of the our skin. It's against the paint. That's why I'm using glove with a model. Then I paint with this. I dry
lovely.
brushing and you can see the effect. Dry
Yeah,
brushing
it's
with
really
black, and
nice.
now is the dry brushing with the original color, dark sand.
Right, I'm just going to do a quick catch up while Tasha's enjoying herself painting. Look, she loves painting so much, she's even painting the bits you won't see.
Yep. I thought,
But
why do just a little bit?
Are you doing it with a smile on your face, Tasha?
Yeah, thinking I
And
painted more than Penny.
It's still good.
Yes,
Right, so another model making skill under your belt, Tasha. Awesome. We had to have a dehumidifier running constantly, emptying a liter of water. Oh my God. Oriented strand board. That's it. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. Hi, Jeff, Maggie. In a short time, you're doing great. You're doing great. Learned a lot. Hi, Jeff and Maggie. Great teacher. Thank you. But I always insist, you can't be a good teacher if you haven't got good students. If the
yes.
students refuse to learn, then there's no way you can teach. Peter says, I'm learning as you learn, Tash. Penny gave me so much knowledge. Peter made me blush the other day. I showed him a picture of give him a sneak preview of my pilot figure for the Lancaster, which is, he looks mucky at the moment because I've just put some oil washers on him. But yeah, so, but he says that it's really good. And I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yes, it's very good workload. Penny.
East Coast, I have 11 cars sat waiting on primer and paint, still waiting on my 2K clear on all the green stuff metallics range to arrive, and 16 more Mr. Hobby paints. Peter is saying, I've not long got the 3 sets of green stuff chameleon paints arrive. Now, I've tried that green stuff chameleon paints. It is absolutely amazing. The one I like the best is it's either red going to green or green going to red, one or the other. But what I found is if you paint one layer on, the effect isn't really that good. And then you have to put sort of 2 or 3 thin coats on. And the more coats you put on, the more the effect. But then it hits a point where the effect is so strong, it's gone completely the other way. It goes to the other color and it won't come back. So you kind of, there's a little bit of an experience there in learning when to stop. But yeah, we tried that. There's a company called Asset Drop, and I wish they hadn't stopped. They used to send you, it was something like £30 a month, and they used to send you a couple of mystery paints and maybe a figure and a few little bits. They might send you some scatter leaf or something like that. And one month they sent us the Green Stuff World Chameleon paints, and if I was doing more fantasy figures, I would have bought more. Absolutely great stuff. Or who knows, I might do an aeroplane in my own scheme. If here you go, I'll do myself a, I don't know, an F-35B under the title of "What if Penny became a dictator in some country?" That would be the color scheme I'd go for. I don't care about camouflage, you know. What's the point in camouflage? I can't see you. Clash. So how you getting on, Tash?
Just waiting for that to dry, basically.
Okay, right.
Need...
So if you take the other side, oh well, yeah, you need to do the dry fit first. Yeah. So I'm going to really annoy you.
Oh, great.
This might frustrate you. It's definitely going to frustrate me. So I've dry fitted this, and I've checked it all out and everything. Now that I've dry fitted it, I've got to pull it apart again so that I can glue the cockpit in. Which means that all of that, putting it together, I've got to go through all of that again. So I do apologize, but if you didn't dry fit, if it doesn't fit, you're going to bugger your whole model up. Credit where credit is due, Penny. We're in Tasha's stream, so apologies for missing any comment. Don't worry about it. I'll bring every comment that I can up. Sometimes I forget them, but East Coast Scale Model Shop, stock it all, Peter, plus you get points. I use Scale Model Shop. I actually use MJR Hobbies most of the time for most of my kits, but a lot of the stuff that I buy, MJR don't do, so I do use. In fact, I've got an order coming from them. Have I got an order coming? No, I've just got an order from them. I treated myself. I've been treating myself a lot. Is it a treat if you can't really afford it and you've got to go without food? I treat myself to this. It's a razor saw, but it's designed for getting in lower. Have you ever seen one of these, Tasha?
What?
This is called a razor saw.
No, never heard of one.
So if you ever need to cut bits off, this is what you use. And it's got a stupidly thin blade. It's a saw. I know it's not really so good with wood, but if you need to cut the end off, for example, maybe you've got some resin bits and there's lots of support material, and then you'll just use that to cut it. And it's really not very good on wood, but look, it's just basically, it's a saw. But as you can see, the handle is, so the blade is right in the middle of the handle. So if you need to cut something low, you see it doesn't reach.
Yeah.
So I've got this one so it can get in lower, but it's actually not that good because it's raised up because of where the blade is. I actually used it for, not this, but I used one for my Lancaster because I needed to cut the pilot's platform down. And somewhere on my desk, I actually made my own, which I was rather pleased. Here we are. So I had a broken, because these blades break very, very easily. And I had a broken blade. So I snapped the blade in half, super glued a stick on it. And there I have my very own flush cutting blade. And it's got two handles, so I can use it like that.
Cool.
Yeah. I don't know if it'll work for everything I've got, but this was made for the Lancaster to get in and get that seat off. I don't know whether to give you a sneak peek of what is coming out on video 7 of the Lancaster, or video 6. I'll think about it. See how nice everyone is, if they deserve it. They always deserve it. Right. So yeah, Scale Model Shop I do like. You do get points. I don't order enough to get a significant amount of points. But one day I'll order something and I'll be like a couple of quid short, and I'll go, yeah, I'll use my points, and I'll be glad they had them. JC Brick says, hi, Jeff. Hi, JC. Hi, JC. It's good you're learning on Live Penny. It helps others too. Yeah, this is the thing. I'm actually learning as well, Tasha. JC Brick says, hi, Tasha. Lord Peter says, I got my razor saw from ASK. Yes, that's an ASK one. And this is a JLC one. I'll be honest with you, I prefer the JLC because the handle, I get a lot of comfort out of a wooden handle. This is a molded plastic handle, probably stronger and tougher than the wooden one, but I just like wood. Wood to me is like old-fashioned engineering, whereas plastic, it just seems a cheap way out. But there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's tough old plastic. Nothing wrong with it. It's just they're probably both as good as each other. The other thing I don't like about this is they give you an Allen key for the screws, whereas this is a normal Phillips screwdriver. So that's just me being fussy, though, isn't it? So yeah, so this is all part of my equipment that you'll build up over the years, Tasha. I didn't buy all of that all at once. You tend to sort of buy it as you need it, and like you can see from this, sometimes you can make it. That's kind of how I grew up. I had no money. If you wanted something, you had to make it. We used to play football with tin cans and... Oh, here's something for you. I bought these years and years and years ago, and I never used them. These are all shaping tools. I had this idea that I could... This is when I was doing figure painting. That I could make my own mods on figures. Don't know why I'd use that. But what I discovered recently, if you get the very smallest tool that you can, this one, there is actually a ball on the end there. It doesn't look like it.
Okay.
Right. If you ever need to make a small circle, I will stress small circle, and I can't find what I'm looking for. Right, I'll have to use this one. If you get some Tamiya tape or masking tape, pop it down on the desk, and I'm looking for my circle template, which I cannot find because I've put it somewhere, because that's the kind of thing I do. And I've just found the tape I was looking for. So I found myself in the situation of needing a small... I'll show you the circle I needed to do. So I wanted to paint the yellow circle on the back of this pilot seat.
Yeah.
But I didn't want it to be a perfect circle, because this seat is 60 years old.
Right.
So it's going to have a little bit of chipping, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what I did is, I can't show you it because I can't find it, but I have got a circle template. It's a piece of maths equipment. Oh, here it is. Here it is. So I've got this circle template. As you can see, I've used it before for spraying wheels white. Now, if you place that template over your masking tape, get the smallest... This is a shaping tool. Push down hard and then just run around quite gently and just keep going round and 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 round, and just keep going for absolutely ages. You're actually wearing away the masking tape. And when it's done, I don't know if I've done it enough there. You can peel that piece of masking tape off. Yeah, it's not been done enough, but so you have to keep going further. I'll just pretend that this is all the way worn out. But to tell you what, I'll do another one. Right. See, it doesn't always work. Right, so this is going to be a 5mm hole. So I'll just go round and round. Go two different directions as well. And then you end up with your circle. But because I've cut the circle out, which this one has got mangled, you pull the circle out, because I didn't know what size circle to do. So the little cutout in the middle, I was able to place it on the seat and go, does that look big enough? No, do a bigger one. Right, and then once it's done, cut the tape quite low, pick it off quite carefully, and now I've made myself a circle. I was quite pleased with that. I mean, it's not very neat because I've rushed it, but because basically this little tool, it kind of wears it away. So you can't see it, but that was quite good fun. Making techniques up. I mean, there might be other ways to do it.
Yeah.
But it's certainly better than going out and spending money buying dots. But I didn't want a dot, I wanted a hole. But it just so happened that the dot came in useful. I could place it. And yeah, I was rather chuffed with that. Well, I've got it out. I'll show you this. So this Lancaster cockpit, it isn't great. I'll be absolutely honest with you. If I'd known it would have been this bad. Well, I don't know. On one hand, I'm thinking if I'd have known it was going to be this bad. It's not that it's this bad. There's so much work to do for £300 kit. So I'm tempted to say I wish I'd bought the Border Models version. But then on the other hand, I'm actually quite enjoying doing all the modifications. So this is the pilot's platform, which the pilot seat goes on. But it's 6mm too high. It's actually about that tall. And as a result, the pilot seat sits about there, which is a little bit high. By the time you've got the canopy on, now if you're building out of the box, it won't matter. But because I've got, look, I don't know if you can see how close the pilot seat is to the top of the canopy. So what I've had to do is I've had to remove 6mm, but I didn't remove it based on, see now Nigel's modelling bench did a comparison. He measured this platform and he's measured the Border Models platform, and the 6mm difference. What I've actually done is I've taken one of the ribs out and I've replaced the rib on the next level down, which is about 6mm. So I've had to replace that rib across there. I've had to remove, there's a rib going across there, which I've had to remove. I put that rib in across there, and I put another rib in there, and then I put the 4 smaller ribs. So this platform now sits lower. But before I did that, I had to remove it because it was attached to this. So I've had to cut it away, and I've had to cut a little bit down there. I've had to make sure it's flat. Now, the reason I haven't glued it back on yet is because when I put this in, obviously I need to make sure it's going to fit. So when I'm ready to put this floor in, I will actually place it in properly. I'll then place the other side on. Then I'll place the floor in. I'll make sure that floor goes in, and I'll actually glue this platform to the side wall of the Lancaster. Then I'll glue this floor in. Then I'll remove this, and then I'll know it's fitted properly. And then there are gaps because I'm not that great at cutting, but the gaps are quite minimal. And most of those gaps I might actually get away with flooding it with glue, or maybe a little bit of sprue goo, but we'll see. But yeah, there's on the one hand, I've done all right on that. I'm happy with what I've done. But then on the other hand, this is a £300 kit. I shouldn't be having to do stuff like that on a £300 kit. You know, if you spend good money on a kit, you're expecting quality, aren't you?
Yeah.
Is that fair assessment? Would you agree with that, MP? He's so engrossed in his dry brushing, isn't he?
Yeah.
Bless him. We'll let him keep going with that. Right. Wooden handle tools are best for me as well. Yeah, I just think that if you've got a wooden handle, I think it makes the tool feel quality. Even if the tool isn't quality, it just feels better. And if you feel like you've got a better tool, you kind of, even if it's not a good tool, you kid yourself into thinking it's better. Lord Peter Webster, when I get my new lathe, I will make a new handle for my saw. I'm not keen on plastic handles. I know exactly what you mean, Penny. Plus get loose in the hand easily when warm. So I don't know if this is of any use to anyone, and this only applies to people in the UK. There is a company called Lidl's, and they have this middle aisle that sells random stuff. If you go on YouTube, there's a song out there about Lidl's, and it sums it up perfectly by saying something like, I went into Lidl's for 4 pints of milk and I came out with a frog soup.
Yeah.
But they are selling more tools next week. It's either Thursday just gone or next Thursday. But one of the things that they've got is a lathe, and it's got a 60 centimeter working length. I've got a lathe somewhere, but it's a miniature one, and all I can really do is make little doorknobs for my hobby drawers. So if you fancy it, I think it's about 60 or 70 quid. I don't even know if that's cheap. So right, brilliant little tip for cutting circles, Penny. Yeah, no, I don't know where I got these from. I think I got them from the works or from Hobbycraft. I think I primarily got them for these little, I call them rubber paint brushes, but they're not paint brushes. But they're shaping tools. But yeah, this little tiny weeny one is just perfect. It's not sharp. It's so small it hardly hangs over the tip. If you can see that. So it's but don't bang it in. Don't just kind of work the pressure up. It worked for me anyway. Oh, we got to the end of chat. Brilliant. Right, so how's your paint then, Tasha? Is it nice and dry?
Yeah.
Right, so here's your challenge for today.
Great.
Tasha, you are knocking on the door of advanced techniques.
Trying.
Yeah, you know 2 advanced techniques already. You know almost as many advanced techniques as you know beginner techniques. So don't go, oh God. We all know you can do it. Right, so on one side of your cockpit, it really doesn't matter, but if you're going to follow the instructions to the actual letter, well, it doesn't matter because it says, but get one side of the cockpit and this has actually pushed it right in. That's how good it is. So what side of the cockpit have you got? I would suggest getting the side that you haven't painted, that you've already painted like previously, not the one you've just painted. Peter Webster, I'm going to bid you all good night now. Going to have a cuppa and toast before early night. Take care all till next time. Night LPW, take care. I actually got my coffee just before stream, which has gone cold. And I thought I was going to drink it quite quickly. So I got me kind of what's the worst that could happen as standby. So I think I should, you know what, I do like Dr. Pepper. I think I should, because my little catchphrase used to be, what could possibly go wrong, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Thinking of just sort of modifying it to like, what's the worst that could happen? Which I think would be a good catchphrase for me, because I'll give anything a go. And I've surprised myself more times than I've failed, in all fairness. Did I tell you about the time I was watching a painter on YouTube and he says, be brave and have a go. And I made that my New Year's resolution. And the amount of new tricks that I learned and techniques, it was unreal. Are you jumping ahead of me there, Tasha?
No, I'm on that part.
Okay, so what you'll notice, I'll do my best to point out. So you've got some lines going across there.
Yeah.
Okay, so your cockpit wants to sit above the, sorry, they actually go all the way down to there. Okay, and the cockpit where the seat is actually wants to sit above that line. But at the same time, you've got a line there, and the back of the cockpit wants to sit below the line.
Wow, that's awkward, isn't it?
Not really. Now, also, you see there where the line is there, and the cockpit wants to sit above it.
Yeah.
You'll see then there's a little L shape there. It wants to go above this line, then below that one, and then it will come back up and go above that. It's get the front in first. You see this corner on the cockpit? Get that in that little corner there, like so. Wiggle it around if you need to. And then once that's in at the front, put your thumb on it and then try and get the back in. And it will struggle to stay for a bit. And I'm tempted to say glue it in, but we're going to do this properly and we're going to dry fit it. Now, it helps if you kind of push the cockpit up. You see this panel bit at the front there? If you push that up into the cockpit, into the top of the fuselage, I think that helps. And then pull the bottom bit down. There is a little bit of fiddling to do. And then line the cockpit up and focus on one side only. Can you see how I've got my cockpit on, but the back is open? Don't worry about that. Let's focus on the front. Turn it upside down. Make sure it's in the lines there. So I know at the front it's in. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to pop a peg on there. And I'm going to get that peg up as far as I can. But be careful there, because you could bend it. Okay, has that helped you at all?
I'll give it a go. Something I can't do.
Little history free. Oh, I'm so sorry, little history. I am so sorry I didn't see you there. How are you, Terry?
I'm all right, mate.
I am
She's not sorry. She's not sorry. Honest. She left you there with the spiders.
So how are you getting on with it? Do you know what? I got an email from Jedlam today, and they've got a sale on.
Have they? Stuka.
Yeah. 74 quid.
Stuka, bargain.
Yeah, I know. I'm so
20
tempted.
quid
But
off.
have you seen my stash of shame?
But it's 150 quid on eBay.
How much?
150 quid on eBay from scalpers.
Wow.
I can't do
Not
that.
currently in production, so
This is the thing, isn't it? See, I can remember a model with, it was just so funny. Warhammer were going through a phase of stopping selling certain figures to recast them in Finecast.
right.
And when something is just suddenly gone, it says sold out, you think it's not coming back. So suddenly this £15 model was going for 50, 60 quid on eBay. And then a couple of weeks later, it reappears on Games Workshop shelves at 15 quid, but cast in Finecast instead of plastic. No, see, I won't do it. Anyway, how are you getting on, Tash?
I can't get the other side on.
You can't get it right. Focus on just the front then. Ignore the back. Get the front in. And then try and get the front of the other side of the cockpit in. And just focus on that front. But you need to make sure the pins are lined up. As you see there, look, my back isn't even nearly in. But I'm just focusing on that front. It is a tight fit. If yours is molded exactly the same as mine, it will go in, but it will be a tough fit. And just like I say, focus on that front. I know we haven't put the propeller in yet. Don't worry about it.
Hi Jeff, how you doing, mate?
Right, so catch up on the chat. Night LPW. Freezing in this green room. Penny's pit stop. Terry's with the spiders. How do you know I don't dust my green room? I polish that every day, and I hoover up as well, don't I, Terry?
Yeah.
Got it.
You've got it right. So if you've got something you can clamp it with, like a peg or a clamp. In fact, I'll tell you what. As you're using clamps, I'll see if I've got one as well. I've only got big, massive clamps that I got from. Oh, here we go. Mine are colourful. Right, so now you've got that front in.
Yeah.
Now we can focus on the back, and remember that it goes below the line. Now, if you want to poke it from the other side with a pokey stick, cocktail stick, see, cocktail sticks. Cocktail sticks are great for everything except for cocktails, because who has cocktails these days? You can tell Terry's concentrating. He's got his tongue sticking out. It's lovely of you to join us, Terry, because it's nice to see you about.
Well, it's been a bit of a miserable day, hasn't it? Hobby Barnes passed on, and
yes,
I had to take my dog to the vet this morning, get put down, and well, it's been one of them days. So I've got no Barney anymore, poor little fella.
Oh, does that mean we're going to have to do a 2-minute silence now on my next screen?
He's had his best life. I mean, he had a massive tumour in his mouth. He's blind, could barely walk, and we kept on putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. And last couple of days, he barely hasn't got out of his bed. So,
bless. Well, when his quality of life has disappeared,
oh, absolutely,
you haven't really got a choice, have you?
I just wish they'd do that for us sometimes.
Well, yeah, it's funny that. I mean, I try not to deal with politics, but I'm actually on a mailing list for a group called Dignity in Dying, and some of the rules are a little bit funny, aren't they?
Yeah.
Don't know if there's any Coronation Street fans, but you've got the Haley and Roy situation.
I haven't watched Coronation Street for about 30 years.
Right, you would have missed it then. Looking good, MP. Hi, Terry, says Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Some of the kits repopped by Revel Airfix say new. It's old. Yeah, it's all in the wording. If they say new, it means that it's been they've reused the old molds. If they say new mold, no, I've got that wrong. If it's a new mold, it's I can't remember but it's all in the wording. You got to read all the wording carefully. There's a difference between new and new molding and re-release. East Coast has just reminded me hair bands make good clamps, as do elastic bands. Elastic bands are quite good because you can get them on really, really tight, and then you can just cut them off when you're finished. Are you having a good old struggle there?
Yeah. It's not all lining up properly.
Right. What I found
Especially
with
on
the
the
back,
top.
what I found with the back is if you sort of grab it there and sort of wiggle them across, that kind of helps. Push it in there.
It's like the top doesn't want to join up properly.
Yeah. It's because that cockpit's not in properly. It is an absolute exact fit. It is, as you can see, it's a wonderful fit once it's in place. I mean, these starter kits are absolutely brilliant. They are surprisingly good. Have you got that wired up to the mains there, Terry? The size of that wire?
No, it's just a USB cable.
Right.
Seriously though, that Stuka's a good price for a vintage classic. And,
Yeah, I'm just so seriously tempted by it. I remember doing a Stuka as a kid. Now I'm not into the German aircraft, but I really did like that kit.
yeah.
It was lovely.
If you do though, be prepared. There is a lot of work involved.
Yeah, but I'm finding that with my Lancaster. On the one hand, I'm quite disgusted at the amount of work I've got to do on a £300 kit. But then on the other hand, I'm kind of enjoying it. I don't know if you spotted it from the green room when I was totally ignoring you. But I've had to redo these ribs. And
yeah, I was watching.
Well, you couldn't really do much else, could you?
I was just thinking the argument between the Border Models one and the HK one. Which one is though?
Right, I am really enjoying this Lancaster, but the more of it I do, the more I think I wish I'd spent the extra 300 quid on the Border Models. I don't mind paying a huge amount of money for a kit if you're going to get your money's worth.
Which one is historically accurate?
Border.
And how do you know that?
Because I've been I knew this wasn't as accurate as the Border Models one. The amount of research that went into Border Models one, or Wingnut Wings as it was when it was made, when it's first designed, was absolutely astronomical. This Hong Kong Models one, the landing gear. So when the landing gear was down and the plane was parked, they shoved a rod in the landing gear. It's to stop it from collapsing or something while it was parked up.
Yep.
Obviously, you remove that rod before it takes off. This Hong Kong Models has actually got that rod molded into the undercarriage.
Okay.
It shouldn't have that, should it?
What, are you saying that the real Lancaster had a rod?
Right. So you got your landing gear.
Yeah.
Right. And you've got, it's like a restraining clamp.
Right.
Right. That you put this thing in so it gives it a little bit extra support.
Right.
While it's parked on the tarmac.
Okay.
Right. So obviously you remove that rod before the Lancaster takes off.
Okay.
It's just a restraining. It's like you get the remove before flight tags, don't you?
Yeah.
Right. Now, if you bought an F-15 Eagle kit and it came molded with the remove before flight tags on the missiles, and you'd go, what's going on here, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
That's basically what Hong Kong have done with the undercarriage.
But I can't see how that's really a problem.
Well, it's thing is, if you don't know about it, you don't know what it is, you're not going to remove it. I'm just going to hide Tasha for a bit because she's a little bit preoccupied at the moment. I won't forget you, Tasha, like I did Terry.
Right, Tasha, see you in about an hour.
Yeah, you're probably not wrong there. Sorry, guys, I've just noticed I've got a private message. Oh, it's Terry saying it's cold in the cold here. Yeah. Yeah, I just think that it's, you know, when they research a plane off a research plane and they copy everything, even the bits that shouldn't be there, I think that's bad research. You need to know what's been put in because of the situation it's in now and what was original aircraft. See, I questioned there's a big yellow bar inside the aircraft, and when I saw that, I had to question it. It should be there, but obviously, if you go down to the RAF museum and you go, I mean, like they said, they've got a flying boat down there, and you can actually walk in the flying boat. You can walk through it. Now, because they're having members of the public walk through this aircraft, they've had to put all of these handrails in. It's obviously safety for the public. Now, if I used that aircraft as research to make a scale model kit, and I included all those handrails in there, you'd go, "What the hell have you done?"
I get you.
Yeah, that's basically what Hong Kong models have done.
Right.
They've included everything. So, right, where are we up to? Yeah, so Crafty, Tasha's going to be back in a little bit. Her dinner maker has arrived. Jeff Light says, time for our dinner. Back a bit later if you're still streaming. Going to leave my device running. Thank you. I appreciate that because I'm really desperate for the hours, to be absolutely honest with you. I am getting close to, I don't know, what do I need more? Watch hours or subscribe? Well, I don't need the subscribers.
No, you just need 4,000 watch hours.
Yeah, I need 3,000. I'm just over 2,000, and then I can go super sub, super thanks, and bits and bobs like that. But I want to get monetized because then I won't rely on other people dipping in their pockets. I don't know. Isn't it funny how the dynamics change? When I first had my channel, I just watched it as a video diary. And the fact that people were watching was an absolute bonus. And I said, if I don't get monetized, I'm not bothered. Now I'm getting close to monetizing. I'm like, yeah, I want to get monetized. I want to get monetized. So,
but I've always made no bones about it. I do this for me to hopefully enable me to give up work.
Oh yeah, no, it's the same with me. I'm going to retire in 15, 20 years, whenever I retire or semi-retire. I would like my channel to pay for my hobby, and then my pension can pay, because I don't know what cost of living is going to be like when I'm retired.
But it is a fact, the advertising revenue sucks. It's barely nothing.
Yeah.
Like 5 pence a week on what I've got. The thing that really does make the difference is when people become members and they give you super chats or they donate to coffee or stuff like that. And that's really where the money comes from. At the minute, it's pennies after YouTube take their cut. But not pennies. It's a kit every couple of months. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, which is fine. You know, if you get your channel up to say 5,000 subs, then obviously that's 5 times the income you're going to be getting now. If I can get a kit every couple of months or a kit a month, I'd be happy with that. More than happy with that. Because my plan now is that when I hit the right age, I'll draw my pension. I'll have a private pension, take my state pension. My house will be paid off. Go out and do my little school run in the morning, in the afternoon, and then have a little bit of hobby time on my spare time.
And the thing is, we're going to turn a hobby into something that enables you to give up work, and it's something you love doing. You're
Yeah.
not being told what to do every day. It's just great.
Yeah. Yeah. The only problem with my job is I say about I want to keep working at my job as long as I can. Trouble with my job is it is health related. You know, I've been struggling with my back lately. I think I just pulled a muscle, but it's taken a long time to recover. If my back goes, that's no work for me.
Oh, my dad had to pack in bus driving because of that exact thing.
Yeah, that's the number one reason why bus drivers take early retirement is the backs.
Yep.
And yeah, it's just there's so much that can, you know, I'm kind of on a little bit of quite a fat one, but a bit of a knife edge. You know, I could have to retire at any time. So that's why I'm looking at doing another job. Once I get the money, once I can afford to earn less money, I did actually look at doing customer service for a very famous company that provides TV services, working from home 2 days a week and then 2 days in the office. And I thought that'll do me. Unfortunately, at the time, because they pay monthly and I'd lost my job. I'd been out of work for about 4 or 5 weeks. So I had no savings. And if I'd have taken the job, I've had to work a couple of weeks with no money. Then I'd have received 1 week's money, which would have had to last me a month.
Right.
When you're on monthly pay, you've got to kind of get into the system, haven't you? But when you first start, it's difficult.
Oh, it took me a while to get used to it because I was
Yeah.
self-employed for so many years.
Yeah.
And all the money I got, it was pocket money.
Once you've managed for a month and then you've got a full month's money, you should be managing. I know it's difficult for some people to manage.
I'm pretty good at
monthly.
stuff like that though. If I can't afford something, I don't buy it. If I struggle,
Well, see, that's where I struggle because it's like today I've just spent 200 quid that I haven't really got. I do tend to go, oh, shiny things, I'm having that. But
the whole thing when I say to people, don't become a member on my channel because I feel guilty about taking money off people.
Well,
if
I'd like to think that no one is buying membership if they can't afford it.
Oh, no, it's just like, you know, and people get offended when I say it's like Scott. I'm sure I've
Yeah.
No,
I know what you mean. You know, it's like, don't tell me how to spend my money.
Yeah, exactly.
If I think your channel is worth it, I'll spend the money. I mean, I'll be honest with you. There's been 1 or 2 of the monthly repayments. I've gone, oh, would have been a bit better if they just held off a day or two. Right, MP's going to say, I'm going to have dinner, Penny. See you later. Yeah, take care, MP. Thank you for joining us. Really did enjoy seeing that.
Yeah, so like I'm my own worst enemy. I feel guilty about like plugging the memberships and that, but then again, I want this to become my career. So
yeah, of course you do.
Get used to it.
But yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any shame in saying, right, this is what I've got on offer, because it's all voluntary. You're not holding a gun to anyone's head. You know, it's like I do moan at Peter Webster about sending me this, that, and the other, but I'm not forcing him to do it.
You can't stop him anyway. You can't.
No, I know you can't. And then I'm a big hypocrite because I'm now sending gifts to Natasha.
Yeah, we all love Natasha.
Well, in all fairness to me, I mean, like I said, I don't know if you saw it at the beginning, but I'm just about to send her a pin vise and some drills.
Oh, lovely.
Because I bought this because I couldn't find my drill. And then I've just found my drill. So this is surplus to requirements. Oddly enough, these are micro box drill bits. Really, really good. But I'm actually getting on better with the ones I got from Lidl's. So I've got 2 sets of drill bits. What's the point of me having 2 sets of everything when Natasha's got any?
Your channel's going to get there though, Penny. Don't worry. I mean,
I know it will.
The amount of content you're putting out. I mean, the amount of content we put out between us.
Yeah,
we've almost got 24-hour coverage.
And I actually think that this Lancaster is going to make my channel go. because it's getting a bit of momentum, and looking at the comments that are coming in, people seem to be enjoying it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, and the great, and it's really good because this Lancaster, I'm not putting content out because I want to get likes and views and things. I'm putting this content out because I'm enjoying doing it. I'm absolutely loving it, and it's so varied.
You're correcting a lot of misconceptions as well.
Say that again.
You're correcting a lot of misconceptions.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm building this from my angle. The way that I do some of the things may not be the way that you do it, but it doesn't mean that you're doing it wrong or I'm doing it wrong. And I'm trying to explain. So like when I did my first bit of cutting bits off the sprue, I kind of went through all the cleanup process, and then subsequent videos, I'm now saying, right, yeah, cut that off the sprue and clean it up. And then when I put the primer on, I'm explaining how I do the primer, how I paint. The last two videos that I've just filmed, I'm going to show you this because I love showing it because I'm really, really, really chuffed with this. So this is my Guy Gibson figure.
Yeah.
And I've put the oil washers on today, and I'm just waiting for it to dry properly. So you see how that detail's starting to pop.
You don't go full screen on that, Penny?
Yeah. Love to. So with the oil washers, can you see how the recesses have been darkened?
Yeah.
And then tomorrow I shall be doing some glazing on it to just make the raised details pop. I have done his face a bit dark. He looks a little bit more African now, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
Yeah, but he will look more what's the word? Caucasian. So
well, it's all right. They're rewriting history every day for the movie. So
well, this is it. I mean, apparently now his dog was called Trigger.
Really?
Yeah. Have you seen the Dan Busters video?
Well, we're not going to go there, are we?
It's actually been edited
we're not going to go there, are we?
seamlessly.
I'd leave that there.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, this is the funny thing. I mean, this is a debate that can just be opening up worms of cans. Hello, if you want to join us, come and join us then. Don't sit there rubbing my legs. Come on then.
Is that your pussy?
Yeah, it's my little pussy. I think she's fat. I think she's getting big. Sideways. She's been doing the growing up thing, but now I think she's doing the growing out. And you are heavier. But
does this let you stream it to your own channel, Penny?
yes, this is mine and Natasha's channel going to. Unfortunately, I use Melon. Well, I say unfortunately, I like Melon, but it doesn't have that option for people to stream to their own channels like you have with StreamYard.
There seems to be a real lag on the chat as well.
What's that?
Seems to be very laggy on the chat.
Yeah, it's about a 4 or 5 second delay. You know it's too early for bed, don't you?
Oh, that's so dangerous having your cat on your workbench. Oh my God.
I have to just, yeah, well, it's dangerous for her because she likes drinking paint water. Right, you can jump down there. I think I confuse them because in the mornings when I'm trying to do some filming, they jump up on the table and I just put them back down again because I'm filming. And then in the afternoon, I'm like, come up on the table then if you want. And they're like, really? Really? Are you sure? Right.
Purdy cat.
Oh, we have a Tasha back.
Yeah.
How you getting on, Tash?
I had carers, so I had to dash off quickly.
That's all right. It's fine. We kind of expect it, don't we?
Yeah, I can't help the timings they come, to be honest.
No, it's fine. Listen, I've done house caring before, and I know how difficult it is to get an absolute spot-on routine.
Yeah.
You know, you might get someone at 7 o'clock, and that's your aim, is to get there at 7. Something happens on your previous appointment, And next
Yeah.
thing you know, you're half an hour late, and you've only got to lose 5 minutes in an appointment. And then
True.
when you get someone towards the end of their run, they're now an hour late, aren't they?
Yeah.
So no, they come when they come. They'll get no issues off me for it. It is obviously unfortunate they come while we're streaming, but how long are they there for? 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 minutes ish.
And me and Terry have just been having a wonderful chat, trying desperately to avoid politics, haven't we, Terry?
It's difficult, isn't it, these days?
It is, isn't it? I think we'd rather talk about football.
No.
Right. So are you still struggling and fiddling?
No, I think I worked out why it looks like it's not connecting at the back. I think I can see a bit of the green come out at the top of it.
Actually, I've found a way that you won't need to take it apart, because this is only the dry fit. Because now that you're a proud owner of Tamiya Extra Thin,
Yeah.
I think, right, Missy, I really do regret getting you on the table now, because now I've got you up, I can't get you down again, can I? Look at her lovely fur. It's tuna day today.
Oh.
They get tuna at the weekends. I was giving them tuna every day, but the vet said no. Tuna's very fatty and Shadow is a big boy. So now they only get it once a week. Well, they get half a can on a Saturday and the other half a can on a Sunday.
Yeah.
So we've got highs going on. Night MP, take care. Night East Coast. Evening all. Hi Phil. Hi East Coast.
Hi, Phil.
Right. So I haven't figured out. Do you know what? Actually saying that, it's such a snug fit. If we didn't glue it in at all, I don't think it'd cause a problem. Right. So I've got a tricky thing for you now.
Oh, lovely.
Right. See that clamp at the front?
Yeah.
We need to move that back as far as we can without
What do you
getting
mean?
knocked by the cat. No, that's my airbrush cleaner you've knocked over, Missy. Go and hustle Shadow. Because what we're going to do, we want to open that front up a bit.
Right, okay, I'll
We
do
can
my
get the
best to
propeller
move it
in.
backwards.
And then once that propeller's in, we can then move that clamp back down. I'm not going to use that clamp because I don't like it. So we kind of, the reason I'm moving the clamp down is to try and keep that cockpit in place. But we need to put that propeller in. But I am about to show you the joys of Tamiya Extra Thin.
Magic fluid.
It is magic fluid. It's the capillary action, isn't it, that makes it so good. Right, now normally anything with flat panels like the tail on this, I would actually glue with something like Tamiya cement, or in your case, poly cement. The wings, I'd probably use it, but I think we'll get away with this. So is everything in place for you yet, Tasha? I'm actually pleased with that propeller, to be honest with you.
Mine's stiff moving, but it's moving.
If it moves, to be honest with you, if it doesn't move, it's not the end of the world. I don't really understand why modelers get so excited about a moving propeller. Moving part. Well, hey. Right. So we are now going to, well, let's do the cockpit last. So we're going to glue the fuselage together. Now, what you're ideally looking for is that every piece of the fuselage is touching. So don't know if you can see that. It's made worse by the paint, but there's a tiny gap there.
Yeah, mine's made worse by the paint.
You can get extra clamps in, then great, because that's going to hold that together. Right, now I've worked out on mine, I need a total of 4 clamps to get every single seam closed. If you do end up with a little gap, we can fill it, but I want to try and avoid that on this model. and deal with filling seams in another time. But there is another way, which is to glue part of the fuselage, wait for that to dry, and then move on to the next bit. But saying that, yeah, there we go. So that's how I've clamped mine, to make sure that every single bit that should be touching is touching. If you don't clamp the tail, you're going to get a little bit there. So if you can get one in from behind there. And when you've got that, give me a shout and we'll start gluing.
No, I can't get one in there.
So I just keep trying.
Keeps just coming off.
Okay. Well, if all you can manage is one at the front, one at the back, so you end up with that, we can work with that. You've got an email. Oh, school minibus driver in London. Because I really want to travel to London every day to drive a school bus, don't I? Someone's lost a dog and someone's giving away something for free. That's my emails that have just come in.
Can I just leave it like that?
Well, look.
It's done.
As long as the back is closed up, because that's where I'm going to recommend we start.
Right, okay.
Okay, so get your tummy extra thin.
Yeah.
And then you see where the back bit is there. I'm going to run some glue down there. Now,
okay.
You don't need to paint it on. Right, all you actually need to do is just do. Remember, I said to just knock the tip of the off.
Yeah.
Do that, and then just pop in a little dot every centimetre or so. You don't need to paint it in. Right, and just do that one section.
Yeah.
Some people will put glue all around all the sections, then put it in. I like to do it section by section. Okay. And then I'm going to move that clamp around. And I'm going to get a little bit in there. Like so. Don't worry about getting glue on the outside.
Okay.
As long as you get it over the join, and that glue will run in. And like I say, you don't need to paint it all on. Right, and just work your way to there. That's all you need to do for now. Okay. I'm just trying to find the next bit to put it in. Right. If you take the clamp off the front, will it still hold together? Like mine has?
No. Mine will come apart.
It's popping apart, is it? Okay, right.
Yeah.
So, okay. So if you can take the clamp off, but hold it like this. Cool, you've got that well and truly clamped.
Yeah, because there's too many gaps.
So I'm going to tell you something daft that you probably already realised. If part of your clamping, like you've done there, if you get two clamps the same, like say, for example, I'm clamping it there and there. If you position those clamps the same way, you've made a stand for it.
Yeah, that's why I've done it.
Yeah, it's probably didn't need to mention that, but right. So we've got the back glued. Right, if we could get a little bit of glue in there and get it clamped. So what I'm going to suggest, if that spring's open for you at the front, just hold it, get some glue in there, and then reclamp it at the front.
Okay.
Every single plane that you do is going to be slightly different in the way it behaves. It depends on the shape of the fuselage, how tight the fit is, what pieces are going inside, because that cockpit's trying to push it open. But
Yeah.
obviously, if we can get some glue in there, that glue is helping us. It's a clamp, isn't it? It's holding it together. Okay, so when we do the front, we're just going to get a couple of drops on there, and then I can reclamp that front. Make sure that is. See, I like my rubber pegs. Okay, now if that is all we do tonight, that's fine, because we can deal with the rest another time. What I'd also suggest is running some glue on the bottom of the cockpit underneath, so you're not going to see it.
The cockpit, right
See
underneath
where the bottom
it,
of the cockpit is. If you turn it upside down, you've got the cockpit there. If you turn it upside down, where the cockpit is sitting in those little supports, we can run some glue in there, and that will stick the cockpit to the fuselage. That will also help hold it together. I just can't see how you can get any glue on the back of the cockpit, so we're probably just going to have to leave that. So if we now run some glue down the middle there, that will get that bottom bit done. And then get a clamp on there. See, the more you clamp it, the harder it's going to be to glue the rest of it. So might just have to do it in stages. But if you're keeping it clamped, you're going to have less work on those seam lines. Okay?
Yeah.
Right, so now remove the clamp from the tail and see if it's still holding together.
Hold on a second.
Because that glue's had time to... Remember, do you remember that I told you the difference between drying and curing?
Yeah.
The tail, where you've put the glue on the tail, that glue will be dry, but it won't be cured. If you pushed in there, you could rip that open, but it's dry enough to be holding it together, which is why you want to keep it clamped as much as you can.
Top tips there, Penny.
Thank you. I'm also noticing, I don't know if it's just Natasha or if it's everyone, as I said to her, some of the tips I'll be telling her over and over and over, because it comes up in, clean up, sanding, clamping. They'll come up a lot. The dry brushing tip won't come up necessarily in every build. Well, it'll come up in a lot, but. Right. So how's your tail?
I'm just trying to clamp apart.
That's fine, because what I'm noticing with mine is if I take the clamp off the tail, this top bit's starting to come open a little bit. Which is
that's what I'm getting.
Yeah, which is actually what I want. Because if I take the clamp off, it opens up that gap. I can then run some glue in there like this.
Yeah.
Remember, you don't have to run it down. Then I shall reapply the clamp, which then closes that gap with the wet glue in. Yeah?
Yeah.
And I want a different peg. It's always good to get different pegs and clamps, and I find these closed pegs are probably the best. Actually, saying that, this clamp is best. There you go. And the only bit that we haven't glued so far is the top of the nose. But because we've recently done this bit, actually saying, look how well that's held. So when you've done that bit down there, I've actually got a bit of a gap, and I think I'm going to be stuck with that bit of gap.
I might be stuck with one on here as well. So
okay, if you're stuck with a bit of gap, we'll have to deal with it. But obviously, the tighter you can clamp this, the less work we're going to have to do later on. These are really good kits, actually. There's not a lot we're going to have to do with it. Right. It's the first thing people try. Turn on display. So if it didn't turn, it would be snap. I suppose, yeah. Yeah. Because that's the thing, isn't it? People are going to pick, you know, personally, I think it's very rude to touch someone else's model.
Yeah.
But someone, yeah, if someone saw this, they'll pick it up and the first thing they'll do is this. And then they'll say, oh, I've just snapped your propeller. My response would be, well, why the hell did you pick it up for? We used to have a saying in the motorbike rallies. It's rude to ask, it's rude to sit on someone's motorbike. And it's also rude to ask to sit on someone's motorbike. The actual correct procedure is to get into a conversation with someone about their motorbike. And if they like you, they'll go, yeah, have a sit on it if you want.
Yeah.
Right. How you getting on, Tasha?
Yeah, I just have to deal with a bit slight of a gap.
That's all right. Take your time. You know, we may not always have the same issues. You know, if mine goes together better, it doesn't always mean I'm a better modeler than you. It just means I've had a bit more luck than you. Also depends on how tight your clamps are. But I always find myself rearranging the clamps as I'm going.
Well, that Pingu.
Pingu!
Yeah, I did a Pingu.
Right. Phil's model says, if my B17 goes to plan, it will have 4 turning props, 4 moving turrets, and retractable undercarriage. Nice. All out of the box from a kit tooled in 1963. Yeah, you see, they're not all bad, these old kits, are they? People turn their noses up at kits like pre-80s.
The retract kit came with a 1963 model in the box.
What's that?
The retracts and the motors and everything else came in the box.
Fantastic.
I'm just asking. I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, no, it's I believe it.
I know IMI were the first to start putting motorized stuff in their kits, but
yeah,
I've never heard of a B17 with all the stuff out of the box. That sounds amazing, Phil. It really does.
Yeah. See, it seems like if in some places the technology's gone backwards, hasn't it?
Yep.
So I've got to ask this. It sounds like I'm taking the mickey, but I'm not. Are we still having fun, Natasha?
Yeah.
As I say, it sounds like I'm taking the mickey, but this can be a frustrating hobby at times.
Well, I'm going to have a gap anyway, no matter what.
Okay, well, we'll deal with the gap then.
I can feel Natasha's concentration from here.
Can you? It's the main thing, really, I think, is figuring out where you're going to clamp it. And it's not something that you're going to get straight away, is it?
It's now or never.
Right. Oh, look, you've got your top bit exposed. So that's the last bit that we need to glue. It's just along there, Natasha. But don't go further than about there. This is one of the drawbacks for this glue. The capillary action, it will run straight in and it's going to glue your propeller down. So when you do this bit here, make sure you do knock the end of the glue off and then pop it in, say about 1 centimeter from the end.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want it running all the way down to your propeller, and just carefully place that, and then the rest, I'd say just a dot every centimeter, half a centimeter. You don't need to run it all the way down like this, and then reclamp it. Make sure that gap is as close as you can. My propeller is still turning. What I've probably actually realistically done is I've probably not glued right on the very end, but we'll get away with that. Very much like what was it we did? You remember your turret on your tank?
Yeah.
I said if you end up gluing it and you get too much glue and it won't move up and down, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world if your propeller doesn't turn. But it's nice. It's nice for it to turn, isn't it? And then once that's clamped up, you can't do anything with that for overnight at least. Because you need to give that glue a chance to cure. And that's the downside of the hobby, is the waiting for things to happen. So make sure you got it clamped up nicely and you got yourself a nice little stand. So there you go. That's what I have created today, a peg plane.
Yeah, I've done the same. My propeller's not touching the thing, but God knows where I'm going to put it if I need this table tomorrow.
Well, if you peg it like this, you know, you can move it anywhere you want.
Yeah, true.
Put it on top of the TV and then you could admire it while you're watching your next episode of Friends or whatever you watch.
Do you watch? I never thought about putting it on top of that.
Are you into TV at all?
I watch a lot of TV.
Do you?
It's
I'm really surprised at you watching TV, the amount of time you stream. Where do you find the time?
Oh, my TV's always on. It's in the background, but no following because I'm on stream.
Yeah. East Coast says treat yourself to some Vallejo putty tash. Can fill small gaps and wipes off a wet cotton bud. Saves all the filling sanding with sprue goo. Yep. There's 4 or 5 different types of filler, Terry?
God, there's millions.
No, I'm talking about types of putty, not necessarily the brands. So for tiny gaps, you can use the old trick of using gloss varnish. That works well.
That's where my
is
gap
that a
is.
gap just behind the cockpit, or is that where the paint is?
No, that is where the gap is. I can't get it any better than that.
Don't panic. We'll sort that. We'll deal with that. I mean, I've been lucky. I don't think I've got any gaps, but I've got a feeling I'll have big gaps when I put the wings on. Pardon?
I hope I don't have that one then.
Well, you probably will. I think for me, the wings is one of the worst areas.
Yeah.
More often than not, I'll either get a small gap down both sides, or even worse, it'll fit properly on one side and I've got a massive gap on the other. So talking of wings, do you want to move on to the next stage, or have you had enough tonight?
No, I can move on.
Okay. Don't be frightened to say, no, I've had enough tonight, because one thing I feel with this hobby is if you get to the point where you just don't want to carry on, to try and force yourself to carry on is just, you're just not going to do it. Because the fuselage is glued up, we're going to skip past stage 7. Stage 7 is gluing this bit on the air intake. I don't know whether to do this or not. Have you got a very sharp knife?
Yeah, but it's temperamental.
Has it got a nice pointy end?
Yeah, but sometimes it flings off this thing.
Okay. Do you happen to have a needle?
No.
Right. Okay. The reason I'm asking is on these wings, we have to drill out 2 holes on each side. That's for a drop tank. Now, obviously, the best way to drill a hole out is with a drill, but it can be done with a knife. And because we're putting drop tanks on, it says 1 millimeter. Because there's going to be a pylon going over that, if the hole ended up 1.2 millimeters or whatever, it'll get covered up. So it's not an exact science. you know, because it says 1.0 millimeters, or it might say 0.6 or whatever. You think it's an exact science, but it honestly isn't. Right, so let's have a look. We'll see how you get on. So we are going to need 3 pieces cut off the sprues, which is on this sprue that looks like this. We are going to need 4B, which is this big long piece, and we're going to need 5B and 12B, which are the underside of the wings halves. And we are going to do what, Tasha?
Take them off.
We're going to cut them off. We're going to clean them up. Now, be careful here, because the sprue gates actually come in on the side, and it would be quite easy to cut that and cut into the wing. So I would recommend, I know I go on about, my sprue cutters are pretty good and they can cut flush, but I would actually recommend cutting these sprue gates long. So you end up with, with big sprue gates on the end like this. And then deal with them individually. Now with my sprue cutters, I can actually come in sideways. No, not on that one, because that's a thick sprue gate. So I'm now going to cut it again as close as I can. I'm actually going to cut away from it. So there you go. So I've cut that again too long, and I'm just going to nibble away at it, coming in as close as I can. And I'm purposely leaving a very slight bit there, and I'm actually going to opt to sand that down, because I don't want to cut. I don't think it's actually going to matter there, but there it will, because that's part of the wing. If you overcut that sprue gate, you will get a big gap in the wing, and you'll have a lot of filling to do. So that, cut away at it again and left it a bit long. This one, I can hear you snipping away, Tasha.
Oh yes, I got my little small ones.
That's fine. So normally when I cut pieces off, my sprue cutters are usually good enough to get really flush, but because of the length of them, as you can see, I've deliberately left too much. And then I'm going to come in with my sanding stick, if I can find one. There we go. Now be careful on this wingtip.
Right.
Just above the sprue gate, can you see there's a little bit sticking out?
Yeah.
That's meant to be there. That's a landing light. You know, aeroplanes have lights on the wingtips.
Oh, that part.
Yeah. See that little tiny bit there?
Yeah.
That's supposed to be there.
Right.
This little piece. So if I come in with my sander like this, I'm going to remove that. So this one might be the tricky one. So it might be a good idea for me to trim that with a knife. Now, if you are going to trim it with a knife, don't go parallel to the wing. Move the blade out a bit. I'm exaggerating here, but if you have the blade like this, right, if you should slip, you're going to be cutting away from the wing. If you have it like that and you push too hard, you're going to slice the wing. So using the tip of the knife, we can just chip away at that. Now, I shouldn't be telling you to cut like this, because I'm cutting towards myself. But let's be honest, we all do it, don't we, Terry?
Yep.
We tell you not to cut like this, but we do it ourselves. Right, there we go. So I've cut as well, there's a little bit there. Am I still on camera? And then what I'll do is I'll just finish that off carefully. It's just this one is difficult because I don't want to remove that landing light, which we won't be painting anyway because we haven't been given the colours for it. This is one of the joys of having done lots of kits. you'll have built your paint collection up, just like you did with the silver. This kit didn't come with the silver, but because you had that little pot of gunmetal left over from the previous kit, you're now in a position to go, yeah, I just want to do this. I just want to make it better by doing this.
Yeah.
So that's that wingtip done for me. Now, obviously, all the other sprue gates, I can just get in there and sand because there's no bits. There you go. This is the correct way to cut. Always cut away from yourself. That way, if you slip, you won't dig yourself in with the blade. Okay, and this one I'm just going to go straight in with a sander. Okay, probably should have done the big wing first, because then once we do this, we can then go in and do the dry fit. So you comfortable doing that, Tasha?
Yeah.
Good. It isn't anything you haven't done before. But it's just you do have to look out for those little tiny details. The good kits will put really loads of really small detail in. And if you're not careful, you'll just file it all away. And you're like, oh, why doesn't it fit? Or why hasn't it got this? Later on in instructions, they might say, and now paint the wing light. And you'll go, what wing light? This bit there, I'm finding easier to deal with that with a knife and just rounding it. If you had rounded sanding sticks, then obviously you could get in there. And I want to do it. I want to do a dry fit on the wing, on the fuselage, but I can't because I'm still waiting for mine to dry. So I got to feel I'm a bit faster than you, but there's the first two pieces of wing. Oh, look at that for fit for a starter kit.
They really are quite amazing, those starter kits.
They are absolutely brilliant for the amount of. See, this one, right? Cheap old starter set. You're expecting a pile of poo for less than a tenner, and it's absolutely brilliant. And yet, sitting not half a meter away from me is a £300 kit that isn't half as good as this. Maybe we should be writing letters to Airfix out. Airfix, would you mind doing a 1:24 scale, sorry, 1:32 scale Lancaster, please?
And a funny feeling that'd be a lot of begging.
Yeah. Well, I'm still waiting for this 1:24 scale one that they keep promising us every April. That joke has just gone over everyone's heads, isn't it?
No, I went looking for it the other night. Thanks, Penny.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you honestly?
Yep.
Oh, bless. Now, when you dry fit this half wing, there's a little locating peg there. Probably be best to put that in first and then fit the rest around it, because I just struggled. Trouble with Tasha is because she's got such a little working space, she goes off camera a lot, so we can't see how she's getting on.
Yeah, it's the way I can only do.
Oh, it's just the way it is.
That's just the way it is.
That's Jep. Right, welcome back, Teresa. Thank you,
Teresa.
East Coast.
And Mike, welcome
Hi,
back.
Smith Speeds. Missed you up there. Hi, East Coast. We're back and you're still live. Fantastic. Hi, Phil's model making. I'm not doing the other bit of wing yet because job is I seem to work a little bit faster than Natasha. I don't want to intimidate her. I know sometimes if you see other people working faster, it's tempted to sort of look at them and go, oh, am I too slow? No, sometimes other people are too fast. Oh, you've done both bits. See, you've shocked me there, Tasha.
I have, but I just got to file one little bit down.
That's fine. That's why you're doing the dry fit, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you didn't do the dry fit, you wouldn't know that you had to do more filing to do. Tell you what, I really love this kit for what it is. Well, I love this kit. Forget that it's a gift set. As a kit, it's really good. Just don't like that landing light bit. We'll have to nibble away at that a bit more. I just don't like putting sprue gates on the wingtips. Who was it? Who's is it there's a Spitfire come out. I forget who it's made by, but what they've done is the sprue gates come in over and then they go on top of the wing half. And then you file that away and that bit's going to be joined up with another piece, which I thought was quite clever. Nice. Don't forget to use your fingertip. Look at that. How good is that? And this is in your least favourite scale, Terry? Well, actually, I suppose your least favourite scale would be 1 to 144, isn't it?
Well, I just wouldn't go near it. What would be the point?
I'll tell you what, I might be regretting it, but I've got 4 little 144 scale kits. And I've got that Horton Ho thing in 144 scale. Right, tell me when you have the perfect fit, Tasha.
Will do.
See, I like the way they've done the wheelbase, because like, there's the wheelbase built into the top of the bottom of the top of the wing, and then as you place it on, they just fit so nicely, and there's your wheelbase. Oh, I think I've turned my heating up. Actually, I'm gonna be really brave. I'm gonna go and turn the central heating on. I know. I'm just showing off now, aren't I?
Yeah.
It's actually just come on automatic. It was a good joke came out when remember when petrol prices were really, really high, and it was a good joke come out. It said, I've just seen some woman put £10 of fuel in her car. Where's she expecting to go on that? The next pump? I remember those days. You could take your car into the petrol station. You could put £5 in the tank, and you wouldn't be back for a week.
When was that then, Penny?
Oh, that was back in the day. That was. I remember when I was 17, I had a moped, and I can remember when fuel went up to 45 pence a litre. I was raging. Getting bloody expensive. Please don't jump up here, Shadow. I'll do anything. I'll even give you extra treats, which he gets anyway. move my chair to one side. Oh, he's
Just
just been
taking a
so
quick
lovely
break.
today. Pardon?
Just taking a bit of a break.
No, that's fine.
I'm going to have a cigarette.
Don't blame you. I'm going to have the rest of my coffee. I'm going to start on my can of what's the worst that could happen. Have you ever noticed we take steps to try not to advertise on our channel, but we actually do so much of it, don't we? Like we'll go, oh, this is the panel liner of choice. Here I am advertising Tamiya. I knew you were going to jump up there, mister. How did I know that?
Jeff Light's saying he's got a 144 B1B in his stash, and it's a sizable model for its. I can imagine.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Does that mean
Yes.
it's big?
Yes. It's a bomber. Well, the plane that we're doing in 1:72 scale, which is twice as big as 144 scale, this could probably land on the wing of the ever B1 in 1:144 scale.
Oh, so ours is bigger then. Yeah.
No, it's bigger as in if this was 144 scale, the wings would be this wide instead of this wide.
It's smaller.
Do you remember when I explained the bigger number is how many you could fit across? So if you made 72 of these models and then lined them up side by side, they would be the same width as an actual Mustang.
Right.
With the B1, he'd have to make 144 of them and line them up, and they would be the same width as a real B1.
Yeah, that's where I get confused on the.
No, it's fine. Because you'd think bigger the number, the bigger the plane, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's how I think.
Yeah, but it's actually the opposite.
Right, so the bigger the number, the smaller it is.
Yes.
Okay, got you now.
Shadow, I'm in a grump with you now because I've got cat hair all over my wings.
I'll be right back.
That's all right.
It's Mickey.
Oh, bless. Are they calling for you?
Yeah.
Oh, when I'm calling you.
Lord, buddy.
I know I'm a terrible singer, but it doesn't stop me from trying. When I'm in the shower, in my head, who's that woman that did that song with Freddie Mercury, Barcelona?
Oh, I know exactly who you're on about, but I can't.
You know who I'm on about. That's who I think I am when I'm in the shower.
Someone will say it in chat.
Yeah. And then usually 10 minutes after I've had a shower, I'll have a note put through my front door that says something along the lines of, would you mind just controlling your cats, please?
The worst thing about putting lights and motors into things and then adjusting everything is you get lots of dings on your nice new paintwork.
Yes. Yes. Well, I've got that to come on the Lancaster if the parts ever arrive.
That's the problem with
Montserrat Cabal.
That's always the problem with a massive kit. You're moving it about a lot to do stuff.
Yeah. Well, one of the tips I heard about the Lancaster is as soon as you painted the...
Phil's got it, by the way, Montserrat Cabal.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the tips that I heard about the Lancaster is as soon as you primed it, get some matte varnish on it, because it's just absolutely impossible to not, because the length of it, it's impossible to not get dings on it. So get that primer down, get the primer protected.
Right, she's okay for now.
Okay. Because we all know if the birds aren't okay, you aren't okay, are you?
No. When Mickey does that, I know each bird who it is.
Yeah.
No,
I know the thing. See, because my cats aren't very vocal. When they are vocal, I kind of take notice, but I know what they're saying.
Yeah.
Sometimes Spirit just walks about the house going, where is everyone? So I just have to call out and go, we're in here. And she comes running in and she looks at you. And then she gives that, you know, when they meow at you, but nothing comes out.
Yeah.
So Jeff says, not wishing to confuse Tasha, the bigger the number, the smaller the model.
Yeah.
His hairs get everywhere. Someone is getting a damn good brushing tomorrow.
I wonder who that could be.
Well, be both of them.
Mm.
Because you can't sort of traumatize one without the other, can you?
No.
I'm trying to see if I can get them in the shower.
That'll be a fun day.
Yeah. Well, see, what I've started doing, Spirit keeps jumping in the bath. She's got a thing about the bath. And even Shadow, he started getting in the bath and lying down in it. Which is like really weird. But what I tried the other day with Spirit is I don't want to sort of traumatize her, but I'm like, she just play all day in the bath if she could let her. So I ran the tap. And she wasn't overly bothered. She didn't like being in the water, you know, as it came up the bath. She did the old shaky the paw thing. But she's like, she didn't run off. So I wonder if I could, because last time when I had a bath, she, I'm not saying I don't bathe and I don't shower. I just don't bath very often. It's more of a luxury for me. But I do shower. Trust me, honest. So I'm in the bath and I had both cats on the side of the bath, sniffing and playing with the bubbles. So I wonder if I could get them into the bath. But if you do it too quickly and too suddenly, you could traumatize them and put them off.
Do it slowly.
But I mean, I've got Spirit wet before, and she don't seem overly bothered. She's just like, her attitude seems to be, this is a mild inconvenience.
Yeah.
Right. So are your can't glue the wings. So are your wings fitting together?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, excuse me. Are you ready for some fun?
No.
Right. So I am going to just do a bit of panel lining on mine because there's lots of little holes in the bottom of this wing and we're going to have to drill some out. I don't want you to get the wrong ones. So ignore what I'm doing for now. Right. So what I've done is I've just popped a couple of drops of paddle line. Can you see those 4 holes? There's 2 holes there, and there's 2 holes there.
Them 2 at the top of the line.
Yeah.
Above the line, under the line.
If you start from the middle, because you'll see there's 2 holes there, 2 holes there, 2 holes there. There's 8 on each wing. I suspect normally if you see holes like that, what that means is that they've got this part generic. There'll be another version that requires those holes to be drilled out. But we only want, if you start from the middle and work across the first holes that you come to.
So is it them 3 on each side?
2.
2.
2 holes. So you've got 2 holes there. So you've got 6 holes. Right, tell you what, bear with me a sec.
Because I can't see properly, that's
No,
all,
it's
sorry.
fine. It's okay. It's okay. Right. See, obviously I can pop panel liner in my holes. I can't pop panel liner in your holes. That probably came out wrong.
It's all right. If Sprue was here, he'd have a field day.
Oh, wouldn't he? Right. So can you see 8 holes on my wing? You've got a group of 6 holes there. Right. See where the wing is? Do you see where that gets long? It sticks out.
Yeah, I got the 3 at the bottom.
Just, yeah. So those 3 at the bottom, completely ignore those.
Right.
Those 3 holes at the bottom, there's now 3 holes above it.
Yes.
Completely ignore those as well.
Right.
Now work your way towards the middle and you'll see 2 more holes there.
Yeah.
They are the holes that you want. Now, if it
Right.
makes it easier for you, now we've got those holes,
Yeah.
find a pen or paint or something to mark it.
Yeah.
You can use a highlighter. Yeah, highlight over them if you have to, or whatever you want to do. And then do the same on the other side. That you've got 6 holes there that you want to ignore, and you've got 2 holes there. I say,
Yeah.
if it makes it easier to mark them, whatever you want to do. This is the inside of the wing, so you
Right.
won't see this once it's all glued up.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the 4 holes you need to drill out. Now, the problem we have, do you want me to show you drilling before I show you what to do, or do you want to do it after?
I'll watch you.
Right, so drilling out a hole.
Yeah.
The drill that you are going to own is currently in a box on my desk, which will be sent to you on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Right, so I can only show you, but what we're going to do, so the instruction says 1.0 millimeter hole. Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously we need to find a 1 millimeter drill bit, which is, for me, let me just check, because right, that's this one.
Yeah.
Right, for you it will be that one.
Okay.
Okay, because this box that I'm going to send you, the sizes are all put on the side. You've got a hole there.
Yeah.
And you just slide that hole to the size that you want. So there for 1 millimeter.
Yeah.
And then the drill bit will come out. So long as you put the old drill back in before you get the next one, you shouldn't get these muddled up.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got our drill bit.
Yeah.
We get our drill. For me, it's this one. We undo the collar a little bit. You see inside there's like gribbery bits.
Oh, yeah.
Chuck. Right, open that up, pop the drill bit in, and then we close that up. We tighten it as much as we can, and that's our drill. For you, same process. Right, we'll open it up. Let's see that that's closed.
Yeah.
So we'll open that up. See how it opens up?
Yeah.
We'll put the drill bit in, and then we'll close it up until it's tight.
Okay.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
We then get our, let me zoom. Zoom. I've done that today, have I? So what we're going to do is, if I can get focus. See, if you zoom in too much, sometimes it just doesn't focus. Right, so we feel the end. There we are. So there's a little recess there. Usually if they ask you to drill holes out, there'll be a recess. We feel for that recess. You see, we have the drill bit at 90 degrees apart.
Yeah.
Okay. And what we're going to do is, it's a bit hard to explain this, but I'm using the weight of the drill with a little bit of tiny push with my palm there.
Yeah.
Okay. And what I'm going to do is gently drill that out, not applying an awful lot of pressure. And what you'll start to see, if I ever get focus, Can you see plastic shavings are starting to come up that drill bit?
Yeah.
Right. So we just keep doing that. Okay. And this is a bit thicker than I thought it was. Eventually that drill will go
through.
Right. Now what we do is we're kind of pulling back on the drill.
Yeah.
And we're holding it. Didn't mean to do that. Right. So that we're not making a screw thread. Then what we do, see, we've got this lovely hole on one side.
Yeah.
We then go in from the other side. Now, there's an argument to say that you should really be drilling from that side, but what you're not trying to do is pushing the plastic through, because you'll end up with a bulge. It'll go white. It'll get damaged. Let the drill do the work. Okay. But see, if you just put the drill in and then drill it back out, you'll actually end up with a screw thread. Okay, so when it does go through, you kind of need to pull it back, so it kind of just makes that even. Do you want me to do that again?
Yeah.
Right. So
I've got
second
a
hole.
big white box right where you're working, and I'm trying to watch it.
That's fine. Right.
You know
So
where it says you're live at the top?
we find the hole with the end of
Yeah.
our blade, the end of our drill bit.
Yeah.
We then hold the blade 90 degrees as best we can, 90 degrees. If it's slightly out, it won't hurt, but obviously we want to try and get it as precise as we can. Okay.
Right.
And using the weight of the drill with a little bit of push on you see that the end of the drill is in my palm.
Yeah.
Sorry, what I meant to mention, the ends of these rotate. They freely rotate, so that as you turn, that's staying put in your palm.
Right.
That's the bit I forgot to mention. So, but if you put that squarely in this is why I like this drill, because it just fits my hand nicely. This one's a little bit different shape. That's why you've ended up with it, Tasha, not me. Right.
But my hands might be smaller anyway.
No, it's listen, it's free for you. If you don't like it, or if it works but you want a better one, then at some point you'll buy your own, then you'll pass that on to someone else. Right, so we're finding our hole.
Yeah.
Right, there it is. Okay, I'm using the weight of the drill plus a little bit, not too much. You're not putting too much on, but you're pushing a little bit with the palm of your hand. Okay, and you're rotating that slowly. Okay.
Yeah.
And just let it go nice and slowly. This isn't a speed contest.
No.
There we go. And you see that's gone through.
Yeah.
So once it's gone through, continue to drill, but you're actually pulling the drill back.
Yeah.
And that's just going to stop that from being a screw thread. Then with the hole on the other side, come in and go in through it again. Okay. And that should give you a really nice clean hole.
I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two very nice clean holes. Now, what's going to be a spanner in the works? So I always take the time to put your equipment away, as I should be an advocate of that, because I'm always losing things. Right. So unfortunately, you don't have a drill bit.
No.
So we're going to have to do this a slightly different way. So instead of using a drill bit, we're going to use a knife.
Oh, no.
Okay. So get a very, very, very pointy knife.
Yep.
Okay. And we're going to do exactly the same. We're going to place the knife blade in there. However, this time we're going to place the piece on the cutting mat.
Yeah.
With this drill, I don't know if you noticed, I did actually have my finger behind the drill hole.
Yeah.
But I'm going so slowly and so gently, it won't go through my finger. Right. So it was actually a good place to put my finger. Yeah.
Yeah.
With this knife, if this isn't capable of going through your finger, you shouldn't be using it anyway. It's too blunt.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
My
So
one is, so I've had to go to this one.
yeah, that's fine. So do not do that, because that will go through your finger. Now I know we go on about, I always say don't cut in front, but we always do. This is one rule I'll tell you that I will not do myself. So we need to place it down on the table, okay, with the absolute pointiest bit of the blade.
Yeah.
We're going to place that in, and we're going to twist the knife. This really isn't a great way to do it. You really want to be using a drill, but in the absence of a drill, how else are you going to do it? Okay, again, you don't need to apply a lot of pressure, and it's going to take quite a few turns. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when the point, keep checking the back. When the point starts to come through, you can actually lift it up if you want. Right. So I don't know if you can see there. The point is just beginning to come through the wing. That is the point we want to stop. Okay. Because the difference between using a knife and using a drill drill will drill a hole like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. A knife will drill a hole like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So the more you drill, the more you're taking off the side. Now, I've got to this point. The knife is just starting to come through the other side. Okay. So that's the point we turn over. We find that point, and we go in through the other side. Okay.
Mm.
And then what we do is we just keep going backwards and forwards. Couple of turns on this side, couple of turns on the other. And as you can see, I produced a very nice hole, just not quite as clean as using the drill. Okay, and that's an absolutely terrible way of drilling a hole, but it's drilled as a hole. If you don't own a drill, that works very well.
I've got a hole.
Yeah. Now, if that hole is slightly too big, really don't worry about it.
Okay.
Because for the reason we're drilling holes in, if you look further on in the instructions, stage 20, we're putting pylons in. So if you do those holes slightly too big, that pylon's going to cover it. Obviously, if you drilled that hole 3 millimeters wide when it's only meant to be 1, you are going to get a big mess. But yeah, just do a little little twist from this side, a little twist from that side. So instead of creating a hole like that, you're actually going to create a hole more like that, because you're coming in. Because unfortunately with a knife, because it gets bigger the further down you go, it's going to create a funnel shape, whereas a drill is going to do a nice straight hole. Drill is always best, but you know, let's say you don't own one.
No, not yet.
Okay, so I'm going to leave that there. I'll do the other drill in a minute, the other hole in a minute. Now obviously I'm in a position to compare that hole with that hole. You're not.
No.
But if you end up with two, if your holes look round, you've done a good job.
Yeah, one looks round.
Yeah, that's fine then. If you've got a round hole, it's fine. Right. Not wishing to come. Yeah, we did that one. Penny's an excellent teacher. Enjoy, learn, and enjoy, Tasha. Thank you, MP. That means a lot to me. East Coast says, welcome back, MP. Welcome back, MP. Thanks, guys. Sent you a PM, Tasha.
Okay.
Oh, now I'm intrigued. Scott, how are you, my good friend? Very tired, Scott wanders in and curls up in the corner. I am so sorry, Scott, about hassling. I feel terrible. I sent Scott a message saying, I'm sure you're busy. I don't think it was impolite, but it was basically, I'm sure you're busy and there's a good reason, but when's your next issue of Lancaster coming out? I can't wait. And then he releases his weekly update a few days later saying, oh, I've been very, very busy. And I mean, I knew he was a bit busy, but obviously I don't know how busy, but I mean, but what it was, I don't know if he did it on purpose. I'm sure it was a coincidence, but I send him a message saying, when's the next Lancaster coming out? And he released a Lancaster video the very next day. So it was almost as though he went, I'll get this out. That'll shut her up. I'm sure it's coincidence. Hi, building with the boys. Hi, Scott. No, honestly, it's fine. And you've taught me a saying, which so one of my Lancaster videos, which is not coming out, I think it's about issue 8. I actually have a rant. I'm going to go front view.
Yeah.
Because I prefer ranting to the camera. So I had a little bit of a rant. There was a post made on the Eddie Stobart group. And I know this post is going to come up at some point on the Lancaster. Let me show you the part. So this either this issue or the one before. That's what we got with one issue. It consists of 2 pieces of metal, a little support bracket, and 4 screws. And the post went, $9.99 for that. That's a complete rip-off. So I'm like, oh, and you know what I'm about to say, don't you, Scott? It doesn't work like that. So when you do a part work, you are paying for the whole model. Now, what particularly annoyed me about that is you can't see it because there's a bit of board in the way. The cab, which is about this big, this tall, massive bit of structure, that came in one issue. I did not see one single post in the Eddie Stobart Facebook group that says, wow, this part is far too big. You should have cut it in half and sent it to us in 2 issues. Everyone saw this and they went, wow, that's a brilliant issue. That was so far in the past. Everyone's forgotten. And now they're saying, this is one issue. It's not. So I ended up doing a rant because I know this is going to come. It comes up in every single issue. They have some issues where you have lots of little tiny parts. You have issues where you have, but look at the gauntlet. How many issues have we had on the gauntlet where you get one piece and a couple of screws, but the piece you get is a big piece? And I don't know how they could do it any differently. The only genuine change they should have done, Scott, you'll know this. Scott has just done a couple of issues on the Lancaster where he has the same philosophy as me. They'll say, put this piece in and glue it in. Now, we both seem to agree that if you put a piece in and it fits so tightly, you don't need glue, don't put glue in. And he puts this wall in. The next issue, there's a piece that he's got to put in and he can't really get to it because the wall's in the way. Now, had he glued that wall in, he wouldn't be able to get that in because he hadn't glued it in. He can take the wall out, then put it in, then put the wall back in. But it's funny because people don't necessarily know the cost of things. Issue 3 or 4 of the ET, it essentially consists of an LED, a bit of wire, and a bit of plastic. And I know for a fact that they've made a huge... Terry, how much would it cost you to do me one LED with a little bit of wire on it?
About 10 pence.
About 10 pence. There you go. So you give someone an LED, they're like a kid with a candy bar. Whoa, this is brilliant. But it's 10 pence. You give them 2 bits of metal which have been cast. It probably cost Harshette 3 or 4 quid. So with a cover price of 9 quid, You know, they made a lot less profit on this than they have done with a couple of LEDs.
Yeah. Fabricating metal parts is a lot more expensive and costly than people might think.
Yeah, I mean, I know for a fact that by the time they've made this and they've shipped it over and they've sold it to us, there is a profit been made by Harshette. There has to be. Otherwise, what's the point in Harshette running a business? But I don't hear people moaning about a single LED, but I hear them moaning about 2 fabricated pieces of metal. And so I end up having a big old rant because like I say, I know you are going to get at least one issue. We all know this, don't we, Scott? You're going to get at least one issue of the Lancaster where the parts that you get doesn't seem an awful lot. And that's the way it is. But we as human beings, at the nature that we are, when we get a massive piece of chunk of metal, we're not going to go, oh, they should have cut it in 2 and given us 2 halves. Anyway, how are you getting on, Tasha, with your holes?
Done 4.
Oh,
I think.
excellent. So I'm gonna, as the camera isn't on me, I'm gonna drill my last one. In fact,
All
I'm gonna.
4 holes. Don't know if they're perfect, but they're there.
Do you care if they're perfect?
No, because it's me that's
Do you care if they're good and you're happy?
As long as I'm happy, that's the main thing.
Right, there you go. Are you happy with the holes?
Yeah, the holes.
Right, there you go.
Holy.
That's it. So, if you have done the holes wrong, do you think you might have learned something? You'll be able to. You'll figure out why they're wrong, and then you'll learn something. So, if anything, it's probably better that you get the holes wrong, because you'll learn more from it, won't you? This is me trying to be an optimist, when actually I'm not. I'm the kind of person that'll look out the window in December on a bright sunny day and go, oh, bloody sun's out. I suppose that means it's going to rain later on. And on a Friday, I'll go, oh, I got a really nice pay packet. I bet extra bills will come in. Right. So if your holes look anything like that, even remotely like that, you've done all right.
Don't know if you can
Unfortunately, because the plastic's thin, you can actually see the holes, the other holes that we haven't drilled out.
There's my holes.
Can you see through them?
Yeah.
They look all right. They don't look scruffy. Yeah, they're all right.
4
What's
holes.
wrong with them, Tasha? Right. So, are you confident that they are 2 1mm holes level in a line?
I don't know.
Once we glue these wings on, you can't do those holes anymore.
No.
Right. So, let's do these wings, and then we'll leave it there, because I don't want to glue the wings onto the fuselage yet, because the fuselage, I want to leave that overnight. Now, this is where I personally would use 2 types of glue. You'll see that on these wings, there's some flat areas where there's lots of surface for the wings to meet. Now, if you put Tamiya extra thin on there, by the time you've got this wingtip on, that will all have evaporated. So I personally would use the old-fashioned cement, or in my case, Tamiya cement. So you can, if you want to. I don't know where this cat hair. I cleaned this cat hair off about 5 times, and it's still. I think it's probably on the desk. And yes, Terry, you did tell me you shouldn't really have your cat on your craft desk. Right. So what I would be, I mean, you can put that wing on, drop some Tamiya extra thin in there, and it'd probably be okay. But I would like to know that the glue has got in under there. So you're using poly cement. So personally, I would crack the poly cement out. And I'd actually be using a combination of the two. So we'll get some poly cement down the edges, and then we'll pop the wing on. We'll pop a clamp on there, and then we'll finish it off with some extra thin. That's how I would do it. Some
Right,
people
so how
make,
am I doing it? Just round them edges
well,
here?
if you hold, because luckily the wing's not going all the way to the end, so you can hold it there and hold it on the tab there, because you don't want to glue your fingers and get fingerprints. So I would be looking at definitely putting glue down there along that edge there.
Yeah.
And if you can get some along there, then we'll pop that wing onto there like so, making sure there's a little pin just there, and that pin is going to go there. So make sure that pin goes in properly down there, and then we'll pop a clamp on there, or masking tape if you had masking tape. But I'd go with, you get away with a clamp option. So perhaps pop a clamp on the end there and a clamp on the other end, and then we can just reinforce that if we want to with Tamiya extra thin along there and along there. I say you could get away with doing the whole lot in Tamiya extra thin, but I just like to put the thicker glue in. And as I say, I use this, but if you're using your poly cement, remember, cut a little bit of cardboard off, shiny cardboard, use that as a little palette, and then get your little strip. A cocktail stick or something is good, because you own cocktail sticks now, don't you? Because you're an advanced modeler.
Yes.
Yeah. So get a little bit of something, bit of plastic. See, I'm lucky as a part work modeler. I've always got a bit of plastic I can grab. That is a bit of rubber. That's what I use for the paint. So I could put my glue on there. I've always got a bit of part work rubbish laying around somewhere. There you go. Spoiler foiler. I filmed issue 16 of the RoboCop. And I've also done issue 44 of the Infinity Gauntlet. So yeah, obviously I can apply straight from the jar. So holding it like this, or you can apply the glue. Well, no, I'll do it on this bit. So make sure you do your dry fit first, so you know which side is which. And then what I'm going to do, tip the end of that off. I like this one because it doesn't evaporate so much. If you did this with Tamiya extra thin, don't go on the edge there. On there, just get the glue on the inside and push it up. Okay, but make sure you get these flat edges here. So if you did this with Tamiya extra thin, by the time you get the wing on, it would have all evaporated away. And just watch out for the dreaded finger marks. If you touch the glue with your thumb, the next bit you push in, you're going to get a gluey thumbprint on it. And that's actually gone in okay. So I'm going to pop a little, I'm going to go for the pegs myself. Peg on the end there. And don't know if this one's going to be a little bit, no, that's okay. Actually, I don't need that peg in the middle. Just watch for any gaps at the front. Focus more on the gaps on the front. If it closing up a gap there means you open it up at the back, go for the one at the back, because there's going to be a flap going in there, so we can cover that up. Okay, you should find that's a really nice fit. Now I've got a slight gap there where I haven't got glue, so I can just touch that in with a bit of Tamiya extra thin, and that will run into there. And then I'll just pop a clamp on the end there just to get it closed up. And if you want to just finish that up with extra thin, you can. I don't think that needs it. But for things like wings, I do prefer to use a slower drying glue, like your poly cement. Just don't forget, this is poly cement, but it's in a jar. Right, what we got to? Pure coincidence. Good point, Penny. In my honest opinion, people learn faster by making mistakes. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like if you can learn and you learn so well, you don't make any mistakes. That's brilliant. You're still learning. But it's knowing if you go wrong, if you know how you went wrong, then obviously, hopefully next time you'll get it right. Are you still constipating there, Terry?
Oh, I'm on the world's fiddliest little bits at the minute.
Bless. You love it, don't you?
I love this model. I absolutely love this kit.
Go on. Tell me something horrible about it. I dare you.
This is, for those who haven't seen it on my channel,
out.
the Vintage Classic Airfix 1-24 Stuka JU87B. It is in every way, shape and form a classic. 1975, a sculptor made every single part of this by hand for the molds to be taken from. Something to respect in this day and age of computer technology. It's been a great build, a joy to build. It's got its usual vintage classic problems in that the fit is sometimes a little bit, let's say, inadequate, like the gaps down the wings.
But is there any kits that are absolutely perfect in that department, even the newer ones?
No. The beauty is that, you know, if you want a Tamiya and you want to build it in one day, you can. No filling necessary. It's a precise kit, built, painted a day, right? With an Airfix kit, because they've put so much love and care into the detail. I mean, you name me any other, you know, you could look at the, just look. Every single rivet is bang on according to the actual real life Stuka. Every panel line exact bang on to the real Stuka. The trumpeter version of this, which was done all on computer and released a few years ago, 1/24 scale the same, it's got nowhere near the detail. And it's twice the price.
Yeah.
So it's worth every single second of the effort that I've put into it for the filling, the detailing, bringing out the rivets and everything like that. It's just been a glorious build that's kept my mojo going from beginning to end.
You really have enjoyed it, haven't you?
Oh, mate, usually I'm flitting from project to project.
Yeah.
Nothing holds my attention. You know, oh, new shiny thing, let's do that. But this one, from beginning to now, I've not veered off of this because it's such a great kit.
Yeah. I don't mean it negatively, but you've never stopped about it. And if you didn't enjoy it that much, you couldn't talk that much about it.
Oh, no, I really am passionate about this kit. Well done, Airfix. It's just brilliant. 1975. Unbelievable.
Wow, it's nearly as old as me. not quite.
And Penny did tell me something about Jadlam models earlier. They've got this currently on sale.
Yes.
I bought mine for 90 quid from them. They've got it on sale now for what, 75 was it?
I'm actually going to Google it as you speak. But I got, because I bought something once from them, I now get like a 58 times a week email from them.
And these are currently out of production, so, you know, the prices are only going to go up from there. And when I got this, the scalpers were selling them for 150 quid on eBay. So big shout out to Jadlam there. That's some good prices, mate. Whoever you are, Jadlam.
$79.95.
It's what?
$79.95.
Still 20 quid cheaper than I paid for mine.
Yeah, it's in clearance.
Yeah, you're struggling with your mojo. Get this kit. I'm telling you now. Oh, just a dream.
So that is the kit in question.
That's the one. Bang on.
And you tell it's an old kit. Look at that box.
Yeah, that's the original box from 1960 something or other, from the very first release of it.
Yeah. So I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I can spend that much on a 1/48 scale kit. So I'd say that's a good price.
And it's gigantic. I mean, there's my hand. This is a huge model.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't. It's not a small plane, is it? Well, you can see it. It's taking up more screen than you are.
Well, the wingspan is the same as the 124 Mosquito, believe it or not.
Yeah. Yeah, I can believe that. Right, how are you getting on, Tash?
Don't know.
Lovely. Are they all fitting nicely?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So I'm suggesting, as far as building is concerned, we've done as much as we can do tonight.
Yes, I agree.
We've actually done a lot, and I think we've been quite technical today, haven't we? Right, let's see if my propeller still turns.
Mine does, but I'm not moving it.
Right. So I've got this in clamps. I could probably take these clamps off now, but I'm not going to, because I'll let that. So remember I said the difference between drying and curing?
Yeah.
This glue is dry. In fact, it's probably dry on the wings, but it needs to really set. It really needs to dry off properly. What actually happens with this glue is it melts the plastic.
Yeah.
So you end up with, I'm kind of simplifying it a little bit, but the top layer of plastic kind of turns to liquid, and then the other piece of plastic turns to liquid, and then you push it together and that liquid mixes, and then it gets to a point where it holds, and that's what we call dry. But it's still got a little bit of liquidy in it. Leave it overnight. All that moisture, it's not moisture, but it's the same sort of thing, that all releases, and then that plastic hardens up again, and that's what we call cured. And it'll probably be, the amount of glue I put on that probably be overnight to cure. So if I took those clamps off and I pulled it apart, it would do damage to the kit, but I could pull it apart. Tomorrow, if I do it, I'd probably actually, the glue joint might even be stronger than the actual plastic. So I wouldn't be able to rip it apart and reuse it again. It would be damaged if I take it apart.
Yeah.
So provided the glue's done its job. So on the next stream, we will be marrying these up, and I'm a little bit scared because I'm wondering if we're going to get a join between the body and the wing. 9 times out of 10, I always get a join. We have done very, very well with kits so far, Tasha. You've had really good fitting kits. You chose this, didn't you? This Mustang?
Yeah.
Yeah, you chose really well. I don't know. You obviously really, you're a secret advanced modeler, and you've done this kit, and you know it goes together well. But no, it's a really, really good kit.
Well, you chose the Sherman, so I chose the plane. And it's your turn next time to choose the next one.
Well, in that case, we're choosing a mine-sweeping tank, a big one. Do you know any kits like that, Tasha?
No, I have no idea.
I don't know.
Is it the one next to me?
What do you reckon we should do next, Terry?
The Stuka.
No, for a beginner. The Stuka.
For a beginner. Do you know, I actually think Natasha could handle a Mozzie.
Which Mozzie?
172, 148 Mozzie to Maya.
Do you know what?
Be a nice little build, that.
Yeah.
Or even a Harrier.
Not the Tamiya Harrier, though. To be honest with you, see, the thing is, we're trying to keep the budget low as well, aren't we?
But what do you fancy building, Natasha? Have you seen something?
Can't say I've looked.
We did watch Man's Model Moments brought out a really nice video of kits to do for under 15 quid. And they're all nice little kits. And we've got a green roomer. Now, if I bring MP in now, will it look like favoritism against Little History? Why? Where have you? Oh, you're there. Are you invisible? Believe it or not, MP is there, but he's not showing up. How are you not showing up? That's odd. Yeah. So obviously we've got all these starter kits, and obviously the one thing that starter kits are doing is building up our paint collection as well. Now, one idea I had a little rough idea of a sort of a list, and we did the tank first, and now we're doing an aeroplane, and then I thought, oh, maybe we'll do a tank after that, and I thought the Tiger won, but having done this Sherman Firefly, I think doing a Tiger 1 will be a step backwards for you.
What about a car? What about a car?
See,
like a Mini or something?
I want to try and stick with kits that come with paints, because again, I don't want Tasha to have to go out and buy 10 pots of paint just to get a little simple kit done.
Right. Okay.
Turn me a KB1. You see, this is where tanks are a fairly good idea, because they don't need 58 different colors, do they?
Yeah.
So, but you see, like this, whose computer's gone funny? That'll be MP, won't it?
Like the Terminator, I'm back.
I just recognized the noise of a USB device disconnecting and reconnecting.
Yes, it's the characteristic sound.
Natasha, just make sure you've got your lid on your Thermite Extra Thin on really tight.
Yes. I actually got lucky the other day. I went to pick my glue up, and it was actually sat on top, and that's when I realized I hadn't put the lid on, but I picked it up and I ended up doing that, and I was very, very lucky.
1 minute.
Okay.
Pennies, I will you are asking a few minutes to the a kit for Natasha. I will kit for Natasha for another one project, the Mitsubishi Zero from Airfix.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful plane.
Yeah. Yeah. See, it's Natasha's not got
only two colors to paint.
What we got here? Hobby Boss 87222 172 scale UH34D Choctaw 1099 Edward. Yeah, what about the kits? See, what we probably need to be doing is putting away a little weekly budget, perhaps, and then the longer we take to do a kit. But saying that, we've got that big pile of kits to do, yeah, haven't we? What we got, Tasha? What you got in your stash?
We've got. Let me just move a couple of things.
I think we've got a couple of planes. There's probably a Spitfire in there. Actually, guys, I'm going to have to take a quick break because I really need the toilet. We've got a what?
We got a Jeep.
There we go.
Oh,
There's
nice.
our next project.
Good. Yes, very
Spitfire.
good.
Yeah, I knew there'd be a Spitfire in there.
And Tomahawk.
Tomahawk. I actually
do Tomahawk.
The
decision, Penny, this time.
Well, I think because we've just when we finish this, we'll have finished the plane. I think the Willys Jeep, personally.
Yes, Willys Jeep.
There's two reasons. One is it's something different from a plane.
Yes.
And B, you're going to be using your tweezers for that. And it's going to be a lot of bit of fiddly work. And that's something we've not done an awful lot of. So I think the Willys Jeep might have been, well, I don't know, because see, it's easy for me to say, I don't think you're ready for this, that, or the other, but you've picked it up so well. I mean, I would have said, don't do the Willys Jeep as your first kit, but looking at how well you've picked things up, I think you'll find that Willys Jeep a breeze. So
Yes.
I reckon, do you guys all agree? Maybe the Willys Jeep?
Yes, Willys Jeep.
Yeah.
Do the Willy.
Do the Willy.
Mhm.
Right,
Willy,
I'm going
Willy.
to take a break for a couple of minutes because I need to go to the. So you know me, when I sit and I plaster coffee down me, and then I wonder why I'm in pain in my bladder later on. Hello, hairy cat. How are you? I've got a feeling he's going to jump up while I'm gone. I bet I'll tell you what, I'll put my chair there. Then you can all watch him jump in 5 seconds after I get up. I'll see you shortly.
Okay.
Okay.
God damn it. Oh, you son of a.
What's wrong, Terry?
Oh, I painted up the nose cone and I've forgotten to put a part on.
You forgot
Which means
to
I've got to respray the whole damn thing. Ah, doing it.
And the other project, Natasha, you are doing the castle.
Yes.
You finished your castle.
Yes, I finished the castle. Finished it in 4 hours last night.
Whoa, 4 hours.
Yeah.
Very good.
I think that's what
Sorry about
Terry
that,
said
guys.
last night on his stream. I'd finished it in 4 hours.
So, Tasha, how do you feel?
A woman.
Man, I feel like a
I
woman.
like the music. Feel like a woman.
No, but how do you feel about today's progress?
Yeah, I
You've
think I've
worked
done all
really,
right.
really hard. You know, you've kind of had to on this one. I think we pushed you to the limit a little bit, haven't we?
Mm.
But do you feel good for it?
Yeah, something else I could learn.
Yeah, we put you in choppy waters and you kept your head above water, and yeah, you've done really well.
Yes.
I was a little bit challenged in places, and I've been modeling a little tiny bit longer than you. So no, you've done really, really well. This one sounds really good. The SDKFZ 251, maybe. It comes for figures 2 for under $20. I like the sound of that one because then we can introduce you, because we've let you off a little bit because we're not doing the pilot on this one, are we?
No, you can
Because you
stay off.
are face pilots, do you?
No, I can't.
You are
I
gonna
just can't paint that
do a
small.
pilot.
What?
You will do a pilot at some point. In
It's
fact,
the painting part I can't do because my
it's-
shaky hands.
So let me right. This figure, this plane we're doing without a pilot in it.
Yeah.
Right. Now, if we do the pilot, I don't know if the Tomahawk comes with a pilot, but it doesn't matter because this one comes with a pilot that we're not using. So we'll save. Where's he gone? There he is. So we'll save the pilot, and if the Tomahawk doesn't come with a pilot, we'll use that pilot in the Tomahawk. And you will paint a pilot. And if you seriously mess up the pilot, we won't put him in the Tomahawk.
Yes.
How's that?
Okay.
Can't argue with that, can you?
Yeah. It's another challenge,
Yeah.
Natasha.
But so you didn't think you could do undercarriage. I know you haven't done undercarriage yet.
No.
Right. But
it freaked me out.
yeah, all right, you haven't done that. But you've done some fiddly parts in the last couple
Yes.
of videos, haven't you?
And drill
So-
some holes. There are different techniques, Natasha. You are on the right way. Very
Yeah.
good.
I think the propeller was just as fiddly as the undercarriage, if not more, because that's a little bit of precision there, isn't it? And we had to modify it because it didn't quite fit properly. So tell me why you can't do. You know how to glue now. You've got your precision glue. Tell me why you can't do undercarriage.
Probably lose the pieces.
Right, but you're creating disasters that haven't happened. Yeah, I know that's how you are. I know that's how, the way your brain ticks. That's how you are.
Yeah.
But look, I'll do you a deal. If you're going to lose the pieces for the undercarriage, make sure you do it before we commit to having the wheels down. Right, because if you lose
Natasha,
parts,
it can't be any worse than Penny's Guy Gibson.
I love my Guy Gibson. I think he's fantastic.
I'm joking, you Penny.
There we go. Look, East Coast. If it messes up in the Dettol and redo, future never say no. Right, you don't get any of that, do you?
No.
So when I first started figure painting, I was scared to paint a figure in case I messed up. Never painted a figure before. How do I know I'm going to be any good at it? And I said to someone, I was going, I don't want to do it. I don't want to ruin them. And the guy in one of the Warhammer shops, he says, I'll tell you a little trick. And he told me how to strip the paint off miniature figures. And from there on in, I was never scared to give it a go. I've had to strip a lot of figures, but it's not final. Once you put the paint on, it's not final. And Dettol is one of the things that you can use to strip paint off figures, and it won't damage the plastic. So Phil says the Tomahawk does come with a pilot. The Jeep has none. That's all right. Then that means we've got someone who can drive the Jeep. So picture the scenario, right? Guy's been flying his aeroplane. He's been shot down. He's managed to land it, and he's escaping the enemy, and he's found this Jeep. He needs to make a getaway. So that's why we've got a pilot. But yeah, I've got a good mind to just make you paint the pilot anyway, because I don't think you'll do a bad job of it. So
It's right, Natasha. They ain't going to be worse than my figures. Jesus Christ.
are you not good at figures, Terry?
Oh, I'm terrible at them.
So I think going back over the comments, Jeep, yes, Willie's, do a figure for it. Harry can be the guest host. Willie's Jeep. I think we're doing the Willie's Jeep next. Yeah. So yeah, I think we're doing a Willie's Jeep.
And plus, everybody likes a bit of Willie.
Everyone loves a bit of Willie. Yeah. Honestly, the pilot figures are not hard to paint. They're not. They aren't hard. Smaller ones are even easier because you're basically going to paint the whole lot green. Then you're going to paint his helmet. In fact, that's not a helmet. That'll be so you put a little bit of black on his feet for boots. Put a little bit of brown on the top for his thing. And if you feel up to it, I wouldn't even bother with the flesh on that. Maybe put a bit of flesh paint on his hands. If you ain't got flesh paint, use a bit of white and say he's got gloves on, or black. Phil's model making has just done 7 figures for his B-17.
Ouch.
Well, I got 14, haven't I?
Yeah, you have.
I've got 7 for the Lancaster, and then I've got 7 other figures. Although my figures are bigger, so they're a little bit easier to paint. But I just done some 00 gauge ones last year. Turned okay. Oh no. Well, 00 gauge is roughly 1:72, isn't it? Not far off. I think it's about 1:74, 1:76, something like that.
No, figures are easy enough. It's just facial details. I've tried that so many times now.
Well,
failed. With
mine, the only thing I struggle with is eyes.
Yeah, exactly. Mine look like fried eggs.
Well, it depends on the scale. So this one, I didn't even bother with the eyes. I just put some wash on.
Is that your Asian Guy Gibson right there?
Yes, my Asian Guy Gibson, yeah. Yeah, the wash was a bit dark there. But that wash has run into his eyes. So he's got colour in his eyes. So are you really going to see the whites of his eyes at that scale? Through a cockpit canopy?
No.
So mine's good enough then. I mean, I'm not going to be painting facial expressions. He's going, oh, what's that button do?
What does it would say? It's what makes you happy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if we get you doing a pilot's figure, then you've got yourself a benchmark for the next one. So as long as your second figure is better than your first one, I would consider that improvement. Don't matter. I said this about your first model, didn't I? Doesn't matter how good or bad your first model is, you're aiming to be a little bit better on each model after that, but you need that first one. Now, is your tank better than your Nat? Folland. What was it you did? Jet Provost.
Yeah.
No, we all agree that Jet Provost was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yep.
Now, Tasha's happier with the tank than she is with the Jet Provost. And obviously we haven't finished. Is the Mustang turning out better than the tank, Tasha?
Find out when it's all painted.
Well, I think you're heading in that direction. It's definitely more complex than the tank. There you go. Look, don't bother with whites under 1:35 scale. I wish you'd said, well, yeah, okay. 1:32 is close enough, isn't it? But yeah, no, I'm not bothering with the eyes on my Asian Guy Gibson. I'm trying to think of some Chinese names now. What's Asian for Guy? And what's Asian for Gibson?
I can't tell you. We're bordering on racism here, so I'd leave it alone.
Well,
yes.
Dream big, build small. Correct, Penny. Don't compare yourself to others. Just work on building your skills and having fun. So, yeah. But yeah, I this model you're doing right now, the Mustang, it is more complex than the tank. So, and you are definitely heading in the direction of. I mean, you've done really well on the tank. I mean, someone even said that you've done better on your tank than I did on mine.
Yeah, I can't remember who that was.
No, I think I banned him from the channel.
No, you didn't.
Wasn't me.
I know it wasn't you, Terry. Do you think I'd be giving you $5 a month if it was you?
Yeah.
Silverware in hand, then throw. Names done. A night film. It was me. There you go.
Oh, was he on the stream, wasn't it?
Yeah. He didn't just say it. He said it to my face. Yeah, no, I got no issues with that. No issues with that. You know, I'm trying to make this about you. Is that a stand you've got there for it, Terry?
Yeah, apparently they do say on the forums that no one could get this to balance on the stand, and obviously me ignoring everybody.
Obviously, yeah.
I've got it on the stand and it does balance. So
let's face it, if you listen to everybody on the forum, you wouldn't do much, would you?
But there's so many people in the modelling world who talk absolute crap. It's unbelievable.
Well, the only issue I have with the
I'm one of
modeling
them.
world is, well, actually, the problem I have with Facebook, a lot of people can't seem to tell the difference between opinion and fact. And if they have an opinion and then you say, my opinion differs with yours, they're like, what? How dare you? Oh, you are wrong. I'm going to get the capital letters out on the keyboard. And it's, I've actually just joined a Facebook group. It's all about painting with acrylics. The guy who's founded it, he gets a bit fed up with people going, "Oh, you'll never make a good model with acrylics. You've got to use lacquer-based paints, and you've got
I've
to
been went
use."
round to that guy's house and just give him a good slap.
But the thing is, the guy who's set the Facebook page up, he is a seriously good modeler.
You'll never paint a good model with acrylics. Shut up, you idiot.
Yeah. And is it Plasmo? He did one model in oil, totally in oil paints, and my hat is off to him because
Oil paints are great if you can wait 2 weeks for the oil to dry.
yes, yeah, yeah.
Seriously.
For example, Pennies, you can paint a plane with oil paints with no problem.
Well, one challenge I'm setting myself up for is I want to paint.
You.
I want to paint a model totally with craft paints from Poundland, because I know I'm capable of doing
For
it.
example, with these oil paints, you can paint a plane.
Yeah.
Just thin the with a little cup, with a little cup. You just thin the paint, and you can do by brush or airbrush it, no problem.
Thing is, though, Manuel, I actually think, and don't take this offensively, but I think you're a better acrylic painter than the oil.
You just thin. With this, you just thin the paint. I can paint with this.
Yeah.
This is like paint with a
where
wash.
Where I fall down with the oil is one area that I'm weaker in.
Corey's joined us. Hey, Corey.
With oil, you just use white spirit or enamel thinner.
Right, I'm
No
losing
problem.
comments by the looks of it. And I said, just come in.
I didn't see Corey come in. He's been here ages. Sorry, Corey.
No, it's okay. I'm looking at the actual stream on my channel.
It takes 5 minutes for it to come through onto the YouTube channel, the chat.
Yeah.
For example, Pennies, you have here a little tool you do in Scratch with a little part of a old brush. You cut the part of the front, you put a little in metal off in it, and you just have a glue acrylate to pick the pieces of the plastic. You can see.
Yeah.
I create a tool for super glue applicator with a little point. It is like an alphabet for clothes. You can see metal. I just create a tool to put the super glue with a little point.
Yeah, sorry, change that. I like this comment. The goal of a teacher is to train their student to surpass them. I think I've done that, haven't I, already?
Oh, yeah.
Mind you, if the teacher doesn't know that much, it's not going to be hard for the student to surpass, is it?
Yeah.
So Dream Big says, can't paint well with acrylics. Ha 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 ha. That's primarily what I use. Yeah, that's all I use. Oils and enamels are good for washers. Again, that's what I use them for. So much lag. I use acrylics or occasionally enamels. I can't. Yeah, the problem, I'm still building. I'm not got around to it yet. I'm building a spray booth, and it's going to have a fan in it and everything. And once I've built that, I'm going to be trying other paints. But right now, with my asthma and having 2 cats, anything smelly is. It's bad enough today. Because I won't use odorless spirits because I'm such a skinflint. So I use white spirits for my oil paints. and I managed to not, as I always do, I use the flimsiest containers for white spirits, and if I can get them out, I use these, and then I knock it all over the table, and then all afternoon my whole room stinks of white spirits. It's bad enough with those, so I can't use lacquers and things because it's just the smell. But once I get my spray booth, I'll try them out.
But for lacquer paint Spanish, you can use alcohol.
Yeah, but the smell is just too much.
The alcohol, the 95% is the best for thin lacquer paint.
Once I get my spray booth, what I'm going to have I've got like an extractor fan for it. It's going on the back straight out the window, but it's also going to be a cover on the front so that when I've finished, I can pull the cover down, leave the fan running for about half an hour, and that should just shoot everything out the window. And then we'll see how we get on with it. Because I've had a little go with the Mr. Color with the thinners, and the results were really, really good. And they just seem so forgiving. Because I'm one of these, when something tells you, you know, how to do it, I'll try and break it. And I went on an airbrushing course, and I was told you thin them 50-50 with thinners, and Mr. Color and 50-50 with thinners. And they said, don't worry about it if you go over a little bit. If you thin them a bit too much, don't worry, you know, you just won't get the coverage. And for some reason, I went, let's take the Mickey hair. And I thinned them something like 4 parts thinner, 1 part paint. And do you know what? They were still lovely to work with. It was just that they were I had to do so many passes with the airbrush to get any coverage. But they were so nice to work with, and they're so forgiving.
Yeah.
So East Coast, later all going to pop over Pond to show. Yes, Memory Steve. Oh, is there actually a stream on? If you can post a link, that would be fantastic. I'm going to make you a moderator so that you can post links, if you would be so kind. And if you've gone or you can't, don't worry about it. East Coast, take care. Yeah, because obviously I want to send everyone to that stream. So when did we say we are streaming next, Tasha? Got it. Family list.
Monday.
So we are streaming Monday. There will now be a 2-minute silence, one for Hobby Barn and one for Terry's dog. He's not even listening. Look.
No,
he's gone for it.
Right,
there we go. There's the memory stream. So I'm going to urge everybody to bugger off and watch that stream because that's far more important than us. So yeah, Monday we'll be doing more of the Mustang, and then I will stream again on the Saturday. It's really weird that I can't stream on my day off because of the way my shifts fall. I finish at 8:30 on Tuesday, and I'm in work at 6:30 on Thursday. Monday I finish at 2:30 in the afternoon, and I don't start till 11 on Tuesday. Nice short shift though. Nice short shift, 11 till 8:30. That'll do, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I like my shift on Thursday actually. 7 hours 15 minutes. That'll do. So yeah, and then we'll stream again on Saturday, and I'm off on Sunday. And the week after, when I'm on holiday, we are going to do 3 streams, aren't we? What did I call you, Teresa?
Your
name doesn't even begin with a T, let alone Teresa. Yeah, so we will be doing Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And then Saturday will be my packing day to go back to London for 3 weeks. Boo-hoo. So we have got Terry and MP to say goodbye. Now we are going to have this argument over who should close the show.
Penny.
As this is now called, is it still called? No, but it is going on your channel as well, Teresa. So I done it
Teresa.
again.
I'm Teresa. You having a laugh?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to insult you, Teresa. I'm sorry.
Yeah, good night, John.
Right. So, who wants to say goodbye first then?
Goodbye.
There you go.
Thanks for having me, Penny.
Always a pleasure, never a chore.
Goodbye, Penis, Natasha. Thank you, Penis, for having me out.
Lovely. So that's it. Goodbye from me. I'm jumping in there quick so that Tasha has to finish
Bye,
the show.
everyone.
Right, I'll take care, guys. So click that link, go over and see that memory stream, and we will catch you on Monday. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.